Hello, and welcome back to Zen and Fanfics. Today we're starting an exciting new series. What if female Deku was trained by Mirko? If you enjoy this video, please like and subscribe for more content. The story we're featuring is written by Random Bullshit 9 on Wattpad. You can find all the relevant links in the description, so be sure to check out the author's profile and say hello. Now, let's dive into the story. Name: Izumi Usagiyama. Age: 18. Height: 6 feet 4 inches 193 centimeters. BLD type: O+. Quirk name: Giant Hare. Hero alias: Rabbit Heart. Physical description: Izumi Usagiyama is a towering and physically imposing young woman with a muscular, athletic build built for raw power and speed. She has warm brown skin that glows under sunlight, a trait inherited from her mother, and long, wild silver-white hair that she usually ties back in thick braids or a high ponytail to keep out of her face during combat. Her most distinctive features are her massive rabbit ears, thick, expressive, and covered in soft white fur with gray speckles. Her crimson-red eyes are sharp and intense, always scanning her environment like a predator ready to strike. She also has strong, digitigrade legs, ending in powerful feet built for kicking and leaping, and her lower arms and legs are covered in short patches of fur resembling a Belgian Giant Hare's. Quirk description: Giant Hare. Izumi's quirk is a powerful mutant-type ability that gives her the physical traits and enhanced biology of a Belgian Giant Hare. This includes immense leg strength, explosive jumping ability, high-speed reflexes, powerful ears with exceptional hearing, and a reinforced skeletal muscular system that allows her to withstand the pressure of high-impact movement and blows. Her legs are strong enough to shatter concrete with a single kick, and she can leap across city blocks in a single bound. In close combat, she uses a feral and fluid fighting style inspired by capoeira and kickboxing, much like her aunt Mirko, with an added emphasis on sweeping mobility and momentum-driven strikes. Her ears give her a near 360-degree sense of sound, making sneak attacks almost impossible. Additionally, she has a minor regenerative factor in her muscles and tendons, allowing her to recover from strain faster than the average person, crucial for someone who pushes their body to the extreme. Overuse of her legs can lead to overheating and stress fractures, requiring her to manage her pace in extended battles. Personality: brash, bold, and unapologetically intense. Izumi embodies the same wild spirit that made her aunt famous. She charges headfirst into challenges, fights with her heart on her sleeve, and never backs down from a chance to prove herself. Underneath her bravado, however, is a deep respect for life and justice, and a longing to live up to the legacy her parents and aunt helped shape. She fights not for fame, but because it's the only path that feels true to who she is. As she enters UA College's hero course, Izumi is ready to carve her name into the history books, one bone-crushing kick at a time. The scent of antiseptic clung to the air like a ghost. Sterile white walls, soft beeping machines, and the quiet shuffle of nurses filled the hospital corridor as Pro Hero Mirko, better known to the world as Mirko, stood with her arms crossed, leaning against the doorway to room 205. Her crimson eyes were hard, locked on the small figure lying on the hospital bed. Izumi Usagiyama, 5 years old. Her niece. Rumi hadn't seen her much in the past year. Her hero work kept her busy, always moving, always fighting. Her brother and sister-in-law had chosen the quiet life in Osaka, far from the spotlight, hoping to raise their daughter in peace. But peace had a way of shattering without warning. 2 days ago, the villain attack hit the shopping district like a bomb. A high-tier villain with a detonation quirk. 23 dead. Dozens injured. Among the casualties, Kenta and Aiko Usagiyama. Her brother. His wife. Gone in an instant. Only one survivor in their immediate area. Their daughter. Rumi stared at her now, nestled under a thin hospital blanket. Izumi's small body was bruised and bandaged, her left arm in a cast, and her oversized rabbit ears drooped limply on either side of her head. But her injuries weren't the worst part. It was her silence. She hadn't spoken a word since the incident. A nurse approached gently, clipboard in hand. Miss Usagiyama, her release papers are ready. She's cleared for discharge physically, anyway. Rumi gave a nod. Thanks. I'll take it from here. She walked into the room slowly, her heavy boots muffled by the padded floor. The door hissed shut behind her. Izumi didn't look up. Rumi knelt beside the bed, resting a hand on the side rail. Hey, kid. No response. Rumi hesitated, something she rarely did, and then sat down on the edge of the bed. I'm going to be real with you, 'cause that's how we Usagiyamas do things. What happened wasn't fair. It wasn't right. And I'm not going to tell you it's okay, 'cause it ain't. But I am here now. Still nothing. Rumi leaned closer. You're coming home with me, Izumi. From now on, it's just us. You and me, kid. And I promise I don't break easy. I won't leave you behind. Izumi's eyes flickered slightly. A movement. The first sign of life. Rumi reached out and brushed her hand through the little girl's hair, white like hers. A little cullier, a little softer. Come on, let's get out of here. Hospitals smell like PSS and misery. She expected a small protest, maybe a whimper. But Izumi said nothing, just slowly shifted to sit up, wincing as her ribs strained against the bandages. Rumi helped her gently into her arms, cradling her like a precious, broken thing. She wasn't used to being soft. She was used to cracking skulls and breaking bones. But this was different. As Rumi stepped out of the hospital with Izumi in her arms, the late afternoon sun cast long shadows across the pavement. A few reporters lingered near the entrance, but one glare from the rabbit hero was enough to scatter them like bugs under a floodlight. Her car was parked just outside. Not some flashy sports model, just a reliable, rugged old four-door with a faint dent in the rear. She opened the door and gently placed Izumi into the back seat, buckling her in. The little girl stared blankly ahead. The drive was silent. No music, no chatter, just the hum of the engine and the occasional creak of the road beneath them. When they reached Rumi's apartment in Mizudafu, the sun had dipped below the horizon. The building was modest, 3 stories tall, well-maintained, but nothing flashy. Rumi didn't care for luxury. She spent most nights out patrolling, and when she was home, she wanted simplicity. But it was safe, secure, a place to breathe. They took the elevator to the second floor. Her apartment was near the end of the hallway, door number 2C. She unlocked it and pushed the door open with her foot. Welcome home, kid. Izumi stepped in slowly, still clinging to her silence like a safety blanket. Her ears twitched, alert but low, and her eyes scanned the space. The apartment had an open floor plan, a wide living room with a low leather couch, a flat screen mounted to the wall, training pads stacked in one corner, and rabbit-themed trinkets scattered here and there, plushies, mugs, a ridiculous number of carrot-shaped pillows. To the left, a tidy kitchen with black granite counters and stainless steel appliances. The fridge had magnets shaped like dumbbells. A lone sticky note read, "Buy protein powder." Rumi closed the door behind her. I cleared out my old guest room for you. It's not much, but it's yours now. She led Izumi down the short hallway. The bedroom door had a little wooden plaque with the words "Hop to it" burned into it, a gift from a fan that Rumi never used. She figured now was a good time. Inside, the room was freshly painted, soft lavender with white trim. A twin bed sat against the wall, covered in a pale green. Comforter. There were shelves with storybooks, a small desk, a nightlight shaped like a bunny, and a giant plush rabbit sitting in the corner. I didn't know what you liked, so I guessed, Rumi said, rubbing the back of her neck. You can change it if you want. Izumi stepped in slowly, looking around. She didn't smile, didn't frown, but she reached out and touched the ear of the giant plush rabbit. Her fingers lingered there. Rumi crouched beside her again. You don't got to talk yet. I get it. When you're ready, I'll be here. No rush. Still silence. But then barely audible Izumi whispered, Are you going to die too? Rumi blinked. The words hit harder than any punch. She looked the girl straight in the eyes. I'll fight the whole Din world if it tries, she said softly. I'm not going anywhere, Izumi. The little girl looked away, but her ears twitched just slightly upward. She climbed onto the bed and pulled the blanket over her lap. Rumi stood slowly. I'll make us some dinner. You eat meat, right? Please tell me you eat meat. I'm all out of carrots. A faint sound, maybe a huff. Maybe a ghost of a laugh. Rumi grinned and stepped out of the room. She didn't close the door all the way, just left it cracked. Enough for Izumi to know she wasn't alone. In the kitchen, Rumi fired up the stove and pulled out some frozen dumplings and vegetables. Easy, warm, filling. She could cook well enough when she had to. As the scent of garlic and soy filled the air, she heard the soft creak of the bed from the other room. Small footsteps. She didn't turn around, just kept stirring. Izumi appeared in the kitchen doorway, hugging the giant plush rabbit, ears still drooped but eyes a little less hollow. She sat at the table without a word. Rumi smiled quietly. It wasn't much, but it was a start. The days that followed were quiet. Not silent like those first few hours, but quiet in the kind of way that meant something was still healing beneath the surface, like scar tissue growing beneath fur. Rumi didn't press Izumi to speak. She never once asked, "How are you feeling?" or "Do you want to talk about it?" because she knew well that kind of talk never worked. Not with kids like them. She just was there. In the mornings, Rumi made breakfast, usually eggs and some kind of meat. Nothing fancy. By the third day, Izumi started nibbling more, especially on the bacon. The first thing she ever said during those meals was a simple, "This is good," barely above a whisper. Rumi didn't make a big deal out of it. Just grinned over a coffee mug and said, "Course it is. You think I'm going to feed my niece CRP?" Izumi's ears twitched, and she looked away. But her fork moved faster. By the end of the week, Izumi followed Rumi around like a quiet, long-eared shadow. When Rumi did her home workouts in the living room, push-ups, squats, kicks, Izumi sat cross-legged on the floor and watched her like a hawk, the giant plush rabbit always hugged close to her chest. "You like training?" Rumi asked one morning, wiping sweat from her brow with a towel. Izumi nodded. "You look strong." Rumi gave a sharp-toothed grin. "DMN right I am. Want to learn some moves?" Izumi's eyes lit up for the first time, just a flicker, but she nodded again. That night, Rumi cleared the living room, threw down some mats, and started showing her how to do a proper stance. Nothing too serious, just the basics. Footwork, balance, how to fall and get back up. "You're short, but you've got a good center of gravity," Rumi said with a smirk. "That's half the battle when you're built like us, low to the ground, spring-loaded legs, and enough muscle to throw a grown man across a room if you get the angle right." Izumi giggled. Actually giggled. Like a bunny bullet. Rumi barked out a laugh. "Exactly. You're catching on." By the end of the second week, Izumi talked more, still soft-spoken, still hesitant, but she'd started asking questions. Lots of them. "Aunt Rumi, why do you always hop over the couch instead of walking around it?" "Because it's cooler that way." "Why do you eat carrots if you don't even like them?" "Gotta keep up the image, kid." "Do you think I'll be a good hero?" "You've got my BLD, don't ya?" That made Izumi smile. And the more she spoke, the more it became very clear she was a little mini Mirko in the making. Same stubborn streak. Same dry humor. Same sharp eyes and defiant posture. And especially the same confidence, buried for now, but already starting to show. Once when they were out grocery shopping and a loud teenager bumped into her cart without apologizing, Izumi muttered, "I ought to trip you with my ears," under her breath. Rumi blinked, then choked on her water. "You can't just say stuff like that, Zumi." "But you say stuff like that," Izumi argued, ears twitching up. "On TV, you said you'd crush their spine like a rotten twig." "That's different. That's when I'm in costume." Izumi crossed her arms. "Well, maybe I'll say cool stuff like that too. When I'm a hero." Rumi ruffled her hair. "DMN right you will." At night, Izumi still had nightmares. She didn't scream or thrash, just woke up quietly and crept into Rumi's room, clutching her big rabbit plush and asking, "Can I sleep here?" Rumi never turned her away, just scooted over and let the girl curl up beside her. Sometimes they didn't sleep again. One night, Izumi asked, "What if I forget their voices?" Rumi kept her gaze on the ceiling. "You won't. But even if you do, you'll still remember how they felt. The warmth, the love, the way your mom smelled after cooking, or your dad's laugh." Izumi was quiet for a long time. Then, "You're warm too." Rumi's throat tightened. She reached over and pulled her niece closer. "You're not alone, kid. Not ever again." The third week, Izumi came to her with a piece of paper. A drawing. It was two rabbits, one big and muscular with a wild grin and fluffy tail, and one small with big ears and a big smile. They were standing in front of a building labeled UA College, wearing hero uniforms and capes. "I'm going to be your sidekick," Izumi said proudly, "until I'm strong enough to go solo." Rumi stared at the picture. For once, she didn't know what to say. Then she smirked. "Sidekick? Uffed. Nah. Kid, you're going to be my rival." Izumi's eyes sparkled. "Really? DM in straight. Gotta keep me on my toes. I can't let some brat with big ears outshine me on the battlefield." Izumi puffed up proudly. "Then I'll train harder than you." Rumi laughed. "Good luck, Zumi. You'll need it." Later that night, Rumi added the drawing to her fridge right next to the buy protein powder note. She stared at it for a long time. Two rabbits. Big and small. Both strong. Both smiling. The world had taken a lot from Izumi, but it hadn't taken everything. And as Rumi watched her niece bounce from couch to hallway in wild little hops, grinning like a menace, ears flying behind her like flags, she knew one thing for sure. This kid wasn't broken. She was just getting started. The morning started like any other in the Usagiyama apartment, full of chaotic energy and early workouts. Rumi was on her sixth set of one-armed push-ups when Izumi, in her oversized All Might t-shirt and bunny-themed pajama shorts, skidded across the hardwood floor with her usual sneaky speed. "Auntie Rumi," she chirped, hopping in place like her legs were on springs. "I brushed my teeth and washed my face like you said." "Good girl," Rumi said, flipping herself up to her feet with a smooth, almost gymnastic movement. "Now get your butt to the mat. It's leg day." "Yes, ma'am." Izumi saluted like a soldier and bounded toward the training mats laid out on the living room floor. Rumi stretched, watching her niece warm up. The girl was freaky fast for a 5-year-old and already had a weirdly good handle on her landings. She didn't just hop like a kid. She rebounded, absorbed the shock, used her ears for balance, kept her core tight. And then, a strange little thought skittered across Rumi's brain. "DM, she's quick. Kinda heavy-footed, though. Strong legs, too. Bigger than I remember for a kid her age. Wait." She froze mid-stretch. Her ears twitched. She blinked. "Oh, my God." Izumi stopped stretching and tilted her head. "Auntie, what's wrong?" Rumi slowly turned to face her, a single hand dramatically gripping her forehead. "Izumi," she said gravely, "I am the worst aunt in the goddamn world." Izumi blinked rapidly, ears drooping slightly. I never checked what kind of rabbit you are," Rumi shouted, arms flailing as she paced across the living room. "I just assumed. Like a moron. I've been training you like you're a mini-me and not even bothering to check the breed. That's like training a sprinter like they're a power lifter." Izumi just stared at her, mouth slightly open. "What?" Rumi grabbed her phone and started typing furiously, muttering to herself. Okay, this is fine. I can fix this. I just need to look at the adoption forms. Or your hospital records. Or wait, did anyone even tell me? Did the hospital mention it?" Izumi hesitantly raised a hand. "I think the nurse said it. I remember it sounded kind of like giant bear." Rumi froze again. Very slowly, she turned her gaze toward Izumi. "Giant bear?" Izumi nodded. "Or maybe it was Belgian Giant Hare? That sounds more bunny." Rumi dropped her phone. "Belgian Giant Hare." She said the words like they were cursed. Now she stared at her niece like she was seeing her for the first time. She had noticed Izumi was a little bulkier than most kids her age, and her back legs were a little longer. Her thighs had more muscle mass than you'd expect from a 5-year-old who'd never formally trained. Even her feet were, oh, sweet mother of muscle fibers. Rumi sat down on the mat and dragged her hand down her face. "You're literally built like a tank. That's why your jumps hit so hard. I've been holding back on training because I thought I'd break you, but you're meant for raw power and heavy momentum." Izumi sat beside her, curious. "Is that good?" Rumi looked at her and grinned. "It's awesome. Belgian Giant Hares are like the bodybuilders of the rabbit world. I mean, your legs? They're practically hydraulic. We're talking about full-speed launch attacks, bone-breaking kicks, and insane durability." She stood up again and paced like a coach on the sidelines of a championship match. Okay. This changes everything. Your quirk's not just a basic rabbit mutation. It's a heavyweight build. No more light drills. No more baby jumps. We're going to max out your mobility and your strength. She paused, grinning wide. Izumi, do you know what this means? Izumi's red eyes sparkled. What? Rumi crouched beside her and poked her in the forehead with one finger. It means you're not just fast. You're a freight train with fur. Izumi giggled and flexed her arms. Rawr! Rumi laughed. Close enough. Starting tomorrow, we go full Belgian Giant mode. We're going to push your balance, your stopping power, and your aerial control. If your legs can generate that much force, we need to teach you how to use it without launching through the wall like a DMN rocket. Izumi suddenly looked concerned. Like that time I crashed into the closet? Exactly like that time. Sorry about the vacuum. Rumi gave her a noogie. You'll make up for it by becoming the hardest-hitting hero on the block. Forget sidekick. You're going to outkick me by the time you're 10. Izumi beamed. I'm going to be a bunny bomber. Rumi cackled. Hell yeah, you are. She looked out the window, already planning tomorrow's training in her head. Strength sets, plyometrics, weight-assisted jumps. She needed to start keeping protein powder and ice packs in bulk, and maybe some wall repair kits. And for the first time in a long time, Rumi felt something she hadn't in years. Excitement for the future. Because now she wasn't just raising her niece. She was raising a juggernaut. The sun filtered through the wide windows of Izumi Usagiyama's apartment, casting long golden beams across the wooden floor. The morning was calm, peaceful, even, but within those walls, a storm was about to be unleashed. All right, you little wrecking ball, Rumi said with a grin, stretching her arms over her head until her back cracked. You know the rules. No aiming for the eyes, no biting, and try not to break the DMN floor again. Izumi Usagiyama, now 6 years old, barefoot in a red tank top and black gym shorts, stood across from her aunt in the makeshift training room they had carved out of their living space. Her fluffy brown ears twitched atop her head, her red eyes gleaming with excitement. Her legs, bulked with dense muscle from a year of intense drills, shifted with every bounce as she warmed up with short hops and lunges. She was taller now, standing just shy of her aunt's waist, but her body was dense. Thick legs, broad shoulders, a core that would make a personal trainer jealous. And most importantly, confidence. Rumi grinned at the sight. You ready? Izumi dropped into a low stance, crouched like a spring-loaded predator. Always. Rumi cracked her knuckles. Good. Let's see if you can actually land a clean hit on me this time. The room went silent. Then Izumi moved. She exploded forward like a missile, every ounce of her power directed into a single, ground-shattering dash. Her feet dug in, tearing small craters into the mat as she launched a sweeping kick at Rumi's ribs. The older woman twisted away, letting the wind of the strike WHB past her. Tum! The air shook. Too wide. Rumi barked, dodging another follow-up hook. Don't wind up so hard. Compact your motion. Speed first, power second. Izumi grunted and pivoted, using her thick legs to carry the motion into a backflip kick that soared toward Rumi's chin. The veteran hero ducked just in time, her braid flicking in the wind. But she was smiling. She's learning fast. They clashed again, Rumi's fists catching Izumi's punches, redirecting her momentum, flipping her over her hip. Izumi grunted as she landed HRD on her back. But she didn't stay down. She never stayed down. Rumi barely had time to brace before the girl was already up, leaping into a flurry of rapid strikes. She wasn't elegant. At least, not yet. But every punch, every kick, every movement had the raw fury of a wild animal trained by a veteran warrior. You're faster, Rumi said as she deflected a jab with her forearm. Stronger, too. A year ago, you couldn't hit the broadside of a wall. Now I actually got to work to keep you off me. Izumi grinned through her panting. Then stop talking and fight me harder. Rumi's grin widened. You asked for it. They clashed again. The fight lasted for almost 15 minutes, though it felt like hours to Izumi. Sweat ran down her face. Her shirt stuck to her back. Her breath came fast, but her eyes never left Rumi's. The older woman was pushing her, harder than ever, but never cruelly. Every hit was measured. Every dodge calculated to teach. And finally, when Izumi tried to feint with a spinning back kick, Rumi stepped in and swept her legs. Mid-turn, the little Usagiyama slammed into the mat with a loud whump. She groaned, her limbs splayed across the floor. Rumi loomed above her, arms crossed. And that's game. Izumi pouted. Ugh, I almost had you. You did, Rumi admitted, nudging her with a toe. You had my rhythm, just not my timing. You're still reading me a split second too late. But you'll get it. Honestly, you're scary as hell when you get going. Izumi's ears perked up at the praise. Rumi offered her hand. Get up, mini mauler. Izumi took it, and Rumi pulled her to her feet. You lasted longer than yesterday, Rumi said. Your footwork's improving. You're using your legs more like springs than weights now. Belgian hares were bred for power, not finesse, but you've got potential for both. Izumi wiped sweat from her forehead and smiled proudly. So I did good. Rumi leaned down, meeting her at eye level. You did awesome. Izumi beamed. They both collapsed onto the couch, breathing heavily. Rumi grabbed 2 cold bottles of water from the cooler and tossed one to her niece. Izumi popped it open and took a long drink before saying, Auntie, yeah. What do I get to spar against someone other than you? Rumi smirked. What? Already tired of losing? No, Izumi said with a mischievous little grin. Just want to win. Rumi barked a laugh. Oh, you little punk. All right, maybe in a year or two, we'll get you some real opponents, kids your age, some junior hero programs. But for now, she ruffled Izumi's damp hair. You're going to keep learning from the best. Izumi leaned her head against Rumi's arm. Promise I'll be strong like you someday. Rumi looked down at her and softened. Nah, she whispered. You're going to be stronger. The streets of Mizutofu bustled as the morning sun stretched higher into the sky. Cars hummed past, and crowds flowed through the sidewalks like rivers. Inside one such flow, a pair of rabbit-eared individuals stood out like sore thumbs, especially the smaller one. All right, Rumi said as she knelt in front of Izumi, adjusting her backpack and brushing some lint off her uniform jacket. Big day, Bun Bun. First day at school. Izumi rolled her eyes. You know I'm not nervous, right? Rumi raised a brow. Says the girl who couldn't sleep and did 100 push-ups at 2 a.m. Izumi huffed. I was excited. The older woman laughed. Sure you were. Look, I know it's public school, and they're not going to teach you how to roundhouse a villain into a wall, but just try not to break any bones, all right? No promises, Izumi muttered with a mischievous grin. Seriously, Rumi said, gently gripping her niece's shoulders. I know you've got a strong sense of justice, but most kids don't grow up sparring with a top hero in their living room. You've got power, and it's easy to forget that most people don't. Be careful, but not soft. You feel me? Izumi gave a small nod. I'll try not to start anything. Rumi gave her one last smirk before standing up. That's my girl. Go make some friends. And if anyone gives you trouble, she leaned down and whispered, just don't be the one to throw the first punch. Izumi smirked. The school wasn't far, only a few blocks, and soon enough, the little Belgian Hare hybrid found herself walking through the front gates of Mizutofu East Elementary. The building was big and bright, filled with laughing kids and colorful banners. She noticed the stairs almost immediately. Curious glances at her long ears, broad shoulders, and the casual confidence with which she carried herself. Izumi didn't care. She walked with a slight bounce in her step, unconsciously shifting her weight with the fluid grace that Rumi had drilled into her. Her tail twitched under her skirt. She was alert, relaxed, and just a little bit bored. Class was fine. The teacher was nice. The lessons were easy. She didn't say much, only enough to avoid attention. But she listened, watched, and waited. And then recess came. That was when it happened. Izumi had been sitting alone under the shade of a tree, watching the other kids run around when she heard it. A sharp voice barking from across the playground. Give it back, loser! She looked up. A skinny kid with glasses was being shoved against the fence by 2 older boys. They were taller than Izumi, probably third graders, and clearly used to getting their way. One had the smaller kid's backpack and was dangling it high over his head. Gotta pay a tax to walk through our playground, one of the bullies said with a grin. The smaller boy tried to reach for his bag. Just give it back, please. Izumi blinked, then stood up. She didn't think, didn't plan. She moved, In seconds, she was there, stepping between the bullies and the victim like a living wall. Her red eyes narrowed, her voice low and steady. "Put it down." The taller of the two laughed. "Who the hell are you?" "His bodyguard." The bully didn't get it. He looked to his friend and sneered. "Want to see if Bunny Girl want to hop back to preschool?" Bad move. Before either boy could blink, Izumi snatched the bag out of his hand and whipped it behind her to the smaller kid. Then in one clean motion, she ducked under the punch, thrown her way, stepped in, and swept the bully's legs out from under him. He hit the dirt hard. The second bully lunged, but Izumi twisted around him, kicked him in the back of the knees, and sent him toppling face first into the grass. It was over in under 5 seconds. The playground went silent. The kid with the glasses stared at her like she was a kaiju in a school uniform. Thank you." Izumi gave him a nod. "Next time, punch lower. They're taller, but their balance sucks." Before the kid could respond, a shrill whistle cut through the air. A teacher came sprinting over, eyes wide at the sight of 2 groaning boys on the ground and one calm, mildly irritated bunny girl standing over them. 10 minutes later, Rumi stared across the desk at the teacher, one eyebrow twitching, the other already raised in amusement. Izumi sat beside her, arms crossed, ears up, utterly unapologetic. "So let me get this straight," Rumi said. "My niece broke up a bullying incident. She returned stolen property. She used measured force. And now you're calling me because—" The teacher shifted uncomfortably. "She did initiate physical contact. She defended a classmate," Rumi said bluntly. "Which, I'll remind you, is more than I can say for your staff, considering the playground was unsupervised." The teacher flinched. "There's no need to be aggressive." "I'm not being aggressive. I'm being honest." There was a pause. Rumi stood, glancing down at Izumi with a smirk. "Come on, Mini-Mauler. You're not in trouble." Izumi blinked. "I'm not. Nope. I'm proud." The girl's chest puffed up with pride. "I didn't throw the first punch." "You sure didn't." As they walked out of the school, Rumi looked down at her niece with a wild grin. "You know, it took me until middle school to get into my first real fight. You're ahead of schedule." Izumi looked up at her. "Think I can take on a high schooler by the time I'm 10? "Only if I'm not watching," Rumi snorted. "I'm not bailing you out of that detention." The two shared a laugh as they walked into the sun, a pair of battle bunnies with no chill and zero tolerance for bullies. And thus, Izumi Usagiyama's legend at Mizudafu East Elementary was born. The training gym Rumi had rented out and eventually customized was nestled in a quiet industrial district on the far edge of Mizudafu. From the outside, it looked like a regular warehouse, steel walls, shuttered doors, and a handful of high-mounted security cameras. Inside, however, was an entirely different story. It was a fortress. The centerpiece was a reinforced, shock-absorbent fighting ring, 20 meters by 20 meters, with adaptive floor plating capable of withstanding superhuman strikes. The surrounding walls were lined with weight racks, speed dummies, strength-testing machines, and reinforced punching bags, each one already showing signs of savage use. At the moment, 2 blurs dashed across the ring, slamming into each other with enough force to rattle the walls. One blur was 5 foot 2 1/2 inch of raw muscle and veteran experience, Izumi Usagiyama, aka Mirko, the rabbit hero. The other was 4 feet 11 inches of pure momentum, bounding power, and youthful ferocity, Izumi Usagiyama. Despite her smaller stature, Izumi was fast. Her powerful legs bent and sprang like steel coils, launching her around the ring with the practiced grace of someone born for it. Every movement was explosive. She darted forward with a powerful lunging kick aimed at Rumi's midsection. "Too slow," Rumi barked. She spun mid-air and deflected the kick with her shin, the two colliding with a thunderous crack. The force pushed her back several feet, but Rumi grinned. Izumi didn't give her a chance to reset. The younger girl rebounded off the wall like a spring-loaded missile, twisting mid-leap and launching a roundhouse kick. Rumi ducked low, barely, then surged upward with a rising knee that clipped Izumi's side. Izumi flipped twice in the air and landed HRD on all fours, panting but still grinning. "Nice hit," she said, tail twitching, ears perked up. Rumi rolled her shoulders, her own breathing calm but measured. You're getting faster. And heavier. You put on, what, 5 kilos of pure muscle in the last year. 6.3, Izumi said proudly. Nerd. Izumi shot forward again, her footwork a blur of calculated fury. She swung a spinning back kick that would have caved in the ribs of a normal opponent. Rumi blocked it with both forearms and skidded back a foot, grinning with that predator's glint in her eye. I like that one, she said, shaking the sting out of her arms. You're finally learning how to hurt. From the best, Izumi replied, her voice smug, but not disrespectful. Rumi lunged now, finally switching to the offensive. Izumi barely had time to react before Rumi was inside her guard, throwing a feint punch before twisting into a double-leg sweep. Izumi countered with a corkscrew jump, flipping over Rumi's back and landing behind her. But Rumi pivoted sharply, like she'd expected the counter. A spinning heel kick caught Izumi in the chest and sent her flying into the padded wall. The impact left a crater-shaped dent as she crumpled to the mat. Rumi strode over, tail swishing. Gotta say, though, even for a 9-year-old, you're really making me work now. Izumi groaned, then smirked from her place on the mat. You hit like a truck, Auntie. Rumi crouched beside her, tugging on one of Izumi's ears. Yeah, and you're getting cocky. Izumi sat up, ribs aching but pride intact. Her workout shirt clung to her toned frame. She was lean, muscular, and already bearing the first traces of what would clearly be a powerfully built adult form. Her legs in particular were massive for her age, dense with coiled muscle and power. Your feint was off, Rumi said, nudging Izumi's shoulder. I could read it from a mile away. I'm still not as good with deception as you, Izumi admitted, getting to her feet and rubbing her ribs. Yeah, but your reaction time is insane for a kid. That dodge off the wall was clean. You'll be outpacing me in another year or two if I don't start fighting dirty. You already fight dirty, Izumi shot back with a smirk. DM right I do. They both laughed, and then Rumi slung a towel over her neck, nodding to the edge of the ring. Water break. They walked side by side, sweat gleaming on their dark skin, both of them breathing hard but satisfied. Rumi popped open a cooler and tossed a bottle to her niece. Izumi caught it one-handed and downed half of it in seconds. You know, Rumi said, dropping onto a bench, I keep thinking about how much you've grown. You used to trip over your ears when I first picked you up. I did not trip, Izumi grumbled. You tripped twice before we even left the hospital, Izu. Izumi looked away. That floor was slippery. Sure it was. They both chuckled again before falling into a comfortable silence. Izumi glanced up at her aunt. When do you think I'll be ready for real hero work? Rumi stared at her for a second. Serious now. Legally? Not until you're in college. I mean real work, Izumi said, her tone quiet but focused. Like patrols, villains, rescues, all of it. Rumi leaned back, eyes closing. You've got the instinct, the guts, the drive, but you still need more control. Power without controls, just a disaster waiting to happen. Izumi nodded. That's why I keep training. I know. Rumi opened one eye. And you're going to be a monster when you're older. Hell, you might even surpass me someday. Izumi's eyes lit up at that. But if you do, Rumi added, pointing a finger, you'd better earn it. You hear me, Bun Bun? No freebies. Izumi stood up and snapped off a crisp salute. Yes, ma'am. Rumi groaned. Ugh, don't start calling me ma'am. Izumi grinned like a gremlin. Roger that, ma'am. I will throw you into the mat again. You'd have to catch me first. With a sudden burst of movement, Izumi took off in a blur, bouncing from the floor to the ropes and flipping over Rumi's head like a grasshopper on steroids. Rumi stood, cracking her knuckles. All right, short stack. You want to go another round? Let's make it best out of 5, Izumi called, already mid-leap. The gym echoed with the sounds of laughing, sparring, and the occasional boom of 2 rabbit-powered legs colliding in a flurry of raw athleticism. They weren't just training. They were bonding through fists, sweat, and pride. And for Izumi, nothing felt more like home than this. The day started like any other for Izumi Usagiyama. Early morning calisthenics, a brutal sparring session with her aunt-Rumi, and a breakfast packed with protein and carbs. By 8 a.m., Izumi was showered, dressed in her school uniform, modified to accommodate her tail and larger thighs, and on her way to Mizudafa District Public Elementary School for grades 4 through 6. Izumi wasn't exactly popular at school, but she was definitely well-known. A 9-year-old girl built like a middle school athlete, with spring-loaded legs and ears longer than her forearms, was hard to miss. She stood out not just for her appearance, but her attitude. She didn't talk much unless she had something to say. She didn't tolerate nonsense. And if you laid a finger on someone weaker than you, well, you get to find out why people sometimes whispered Mini Mirko in the halls. The whispers didn't bother her. In fact, they made her smirk. By 9:12 a.m., her day took a turn. It was recess, and Izumi had just finished demolishing a small pile of rice crackers behind the swings when she heard it. The snickering. Her ears flicked instinctively. 7 boys, older than her by a year or two, had surrounded a smaller first year, a timid boy with oversized glasses and a tail that wagged nervously behind him. They were pushing him, taunting him, and one of them had just yanked the poor kid's lunchbox out of his hands. Izumi's lip curled. The bullies hadn't noticed her yet. The leader of the group, some third year with dyed red hair, and an attitude far too big for his scrawny frame, snatched the lunchbox and started tossing it around. "Oh, what's the matter, little freak? Forgot how to catch with your stupid tail." The other boys howled with laughter. The kid didn't cry. He just stood there, eyes wide, helpless. And that's when the air shifted. A shadow loomed behind them. "Oi!" The red-haired bully turned around and saw a lean, muscle-toned girl with long silver ears, ruby-red eyes, and a death glare that could have made a pro-villain hesitate. "Izumi," he muttered, "this isn't your business." Izumi cracked her knuckles, eyes narrowing. "You made it my business." The boys circled up like a pack. "You think you're tough just 'cause you're Mirko's niece? You're outnumbered." Izumi stepped forward, the tips of her ears twitching. "Count again." "What?" Boom. Before he could react, Izumi launched forward, covering 10 feet in a blur. Her foot connected with his chest and launched him backward, sending him flying into a nearby trash bin with a clang. He went down wheezing. The others stared at her for half a second too long. It was a mistake. Izumi moved. She ducked under a clumsy punch, twisted, and drove her elbow into one kid's gut, knocking the wind out of him. Another grabbed for her shoulder. She grabbed his wrist and flipped him over her body with practiced ease, slamming him into the dirt. For left. They backed up. One tried to swing a metal lunch tray like a weapon. Izumi jumped. She vaulted over him midair, grabbed his shirt by the collar as she passed, and yanked him down hard enough to knock him senseless. He landed with a stunned grunt. 3 more surrounded her in a triangle, tried to pin her. She smiled. Then she exploded forward. A blur of motion, a leg sweep, a palm strike, a leaping knee. Each one practiced, each one devastating. Within seconds, the final boy stumbled backward, tripped over his own friend, and fell flat on his back. The playground had gone dead silent. The only sounds were the panting of 7 defeated bullies and Izumi's heavy breathing as she stood in the center, ears high, eyes cold. The kid with the glasses was still clutching his empty hands. Izumi turned, picked up the crushed lunchbox, dusted it off as best she could, and handed it back to him. "They touch you again," she said. "You tell me." He nodded quickly, eyes wide like saucers. By the time the teachers ran in from the main building, it was already over. 30 minutes later, Izumi sat in the principal's office, legs crossed, looking completely relaxed. Her knees were scuffed. Her shirt had a tear in the sleeve. There was a bruise forming under one eye. Principal Tanaka rubbed his temples. "Usagiyama-sen," he sighed. "This is the 4th fight this semester. They started it. Again, they were bullying a first year." Principal Tanaka paused. "Did you break any bones?" "Nope. Just dignity." "Izumi." She shrugged. "I didn't use my full strength." He muttered something about retirement. Just then, the office door opened, and Rumi Usagiyama stepped in like she owned the place. Dressed in her casual hero outfit, arms crossed, she gave Izumi a quick once-over. "Any of them cry?" she asked. "One wet himself. Rumi grinned. That's my girl. Tanaka looked like he aged 5 years on the spot. She cannot keep doing this, he snapped. She was defending someone smaller than her, wasn't she? Rumi replied. Seems like exactly what you'd want to see in a future hero. She suplexed one of them into a sandbox. Rumi snorted. Izumi tried not to laugh. Eventually, after some bureaucratic tap dancing and stern lectures about non-violent solutions, which neither Usagiyama took very seriously, Izumi was released back to class, with a warning. Rumi gave her a high five on the way out. You did good, SQR, she said, slinging an arm around her shoulder. Still, next time, try to make sure there's fewer witnesses. Got it, Izumi replied. Should I have used the double backflip kick? Rumi paused. Next time? Absolutely. They walked back into the sunlit hallway, two rabbits with bruises, bad attitudes, and hearts in the right place. And from that day forward, Izumi's legend at school only grew. Not because she was Mirko's niece, but because she was Izumi, and no one messed with the bunny brawler. If there was one universal truth in the world of heroes and villains, it was this. You do not mess with Mirko. But what this particular villain, known in the underground as Scrapjaw, didn't know was that kidnapping Mirko's niece was somehow even dumber than fighting Mirko herself. The scene was chaos. Police tape flapped in the late afternoon wind, sirens blared in the distance, and the narrow alley behind an abandoned construction site in downtown Mizudafu was now half demolished. The ground was riddled with impact craters. Rebar had been twisted like spaghetti, and part of the cement wall now bore a rabbit-shaped dent. Standing in the middle of this destruction, panting, her arms bloodied but fists clenched tight, was Izumi Usagiyama. Age 11. 5'4", 1/3 inch tall, taller than her aunt now. Built like a junior pro fighter. Eyes burning with crimson fire. And furious. The man crumpled in front of her groaned, trying to push himself off the pavement. He was a towering thug. Over 6 feet tall, jagged metal teeth thanks to his quirk, rust-colored skin like oxidized iron, and thick gauntlet-like arms with rotating saws embedded in them. Scrapjaw. Quirk. Iron grinder, converts biocalcium into rusted steel weapons from his limbs. Durable. Dangerous. Cocky. Emphasis on was. Izumi stepped over him, her muscles taut and trembling, her ears twitching with focus. Her nose scrunched at the coppery tang of BLD in the air. His, not hers. He'd clipped her shoulder with a wild swing earlier. Big mistake. You really thought, she growled, her voice lower now, older, sharper. That going after me was a smart idea? Scrapjaw coughed and looked up, grinning with his metallic, busted-up teeth. Hey, you ain't her. You're just a brat. Izumi's eyes narrowed, and yet I'm the one still standing. Before he could blink, her knee rocketed into his gut with a sickening thud. His eyes bugged out. She pivoted on her foot and delivered a spinning kick to his jaw that launched him across the alley like a human wrecking ball. He crashed into a pile of old piping, groaning as the air whooshed out of him. Flashback. 4 hours earlier. Izumi was walking home from an early release training session at her private dojo, earbuds in, bobbing her head to fast-paced rock, her duffel bag slung over one shoulder. Rumi had been called away for a patrol emergency, so Izumi was taking the long route home. Extra steps meant extra conditioning. She didn't hear the van pull up behind her, didn't hear the side door slide open. What she did hear was the snap of chloroform cloth against her face, and the next second, she was fighting blind. 2 of them. Amateurs. They held her down, pressed her against the van floor, but she wasn't just some kid anymore. Her legs snapped up, and one of them got a face full of knee. The other caught a roundhouse and went limp. But then, Scrapjaw stepped in. He wasn't just a thug. He was a former gang enforcer with a bounty on his head. His quirk kept her stunned long enough to bind her. Only long enough. Fast forward to now. The hideout turned out to be the half-finished construction site. She'd woken up tied to a support beam, arms bound in steel wire, and her legs shackled. He thought the steel would hold her. He didn't know that. Belgian Giant Hare muscle density was different from regular humans. She snapped the shackles like twigs. The first wave of thugs went down like bowling pins. Scrapjaw tried to escape. Now here he was bleeding, wheezing, broken. Izumi cracked her neck and slowly walked toward him. "Who hired you?" she asked, voice cold. He spat BLD. "Why the hell would I tell you?" She crouched beside him and smiled. A smile that was all teeth and predator energy. "Because if you don't, I'll break the other arm too." His breathing hitched. "Why, you already broke the first?" "Yup." He looked down. His forearm was bent the wrong way. He screamed. She didn't even flinch. All right, he yelled. "Somebody named Gutterclaw said he wanted leverage on Mirko. Said you were just some brat." Izumi stood. She looked down at him, shaking her head. "Idiot." Before he could ask what she meant, a boom rocked the far side of the site, followed by a flash of white and gray blur. A foot slammed into the pavement next to Scrapjaw's head, leaving a crater. A shadow loomed over him. Izumi Usagiyama stood there, hair wild, eyes manic pissed. She stared down at him like he was gum stuck to her boot. "You touched my niece," she said, "and didn't even have the decency to make it a good fight?" Scrapjaw whimpered. Izumi stepped back, letting her aunt loom larger. Rumi tilted her head and grinned. "Don't worry. I won't kill you." Thwack! One punch knocked him cold. Izumi crossed her arms. "Took you long enough." Rumi gave her a look. "You didn't wait for me to show up. I had it under control." "You really did," Rumi said, pride in her voice as she nudged the unconscious villain with her foot. "Gotta say, he looked a lot worse when I saw the security feed. He nicked me once." Rumi paused. "Where?" Izumi turned, showing the shallow gash on her shoulder. Rumi's face darkened. "He's lucky he's unconscious." 30 minutes later, the police arrived to collect the wreckage that used to be Scrapjaw. Rumi handled the hero paperwork. Izumi sat on the back of the ambulance with her jacket off and bandages being wrapped around her arm. The paramedic looked nervously at the cratered site. You sure you're just 11? Izumi smirked. "Pretty sure." Rumi joined her after the report was signed, leaning on the bumper. "You handled yourself like a real pro, Zuzu." Izumi side-eyed her. "You just want to gloss over the fact I got jumped because someone leaked your file." Rumi's eyes narrowed. "Yeah, we'll deal with that later." Izumi leaned back, cracking her knuckles. "He said someone named Gutterclaw wanted leverage." Rumi's lip twitched. "Then I'll just have to rip every single one of his claws out." There was a beat of silence before both Usagiyama girls laughed, loud, wild, and full of teeth. The sun dipped lower over the skyline as the two sat side by side. One a pro hero, the other a legend in the making. They might have been bruised, bandaged, and bloodied, but they were rabbits, and rabbits never back down. It started with whispers. By the time Izumi walked through the double doors of Mizudafu West Middle School the next morning, the rumors had already exploded like wildfire. "Did you hear what happened yesterday? Someone tried to kidnap a student from our school." "Nah, not just any student. Mirko's niece." Izumi felt the shift in energy before she even stepped into the building. She was used to people glancing her way. The tall, toned, rabbit-eared girl who had a black belt's posture and the raw physical presence of a predator in a school full of domesticated pets. She'd always stuck out. The height didn't help. Neither did the muscle tone or the battle scars peeking out from under her sleeves. But this was different. It wasn't just glances now. It was stares. Not hostile. Not mocking. Respectful. Terrified. Awed. She moved through the front hall with her usual silent confidence. Backpack slung casually over one shoulder. Expression unreadable. Her eyes swept across clusters of whispering students. Some shut up the moment she passed. Others couldn't stop themselves from gawking. One first year dropped their phone. Another pressed themselves against the lockers like she was radioactive. "Did you hear?" Someone hissed behind her. 7 dudes. And a villain. "Yeah," another voice said. "I heard she killed them." "No, idiot," a third corrected. "She just broke all of their bones. Like every single one. I heard she knocked one out with a single punch. Like her aunt. Wait, did she bite one of them?" Izumi sighed through her nose and kept walking. Classroom 2A. She slid the door open and walked in. All conversation ceased. It was like walking into a room of statues. 28 pairs of eyes locked on her, expressions ranging from wide-eyed awe to mild fear. Her teacher, Mr. Akoa, cleared his throat awkwardly. "Ah, Usagiyama-san. Welcome back. Good to see you're not dead. Izumi blinked once. Thanks, she said, then walked to her desk near the window and dropped her bag onto the floor with a heavy thud. The moment she sat, half the class resumed buzzing like caffeinated bees. She broke his jaw with her elbow. They say the police had to beg her to stop. Mirko showed up just to watch her finish. Izumi looked out the window, tuning it all out. Almost. Lunchtime. That was when it really hit the fan. She'd barely made it to the school courtyard when the news trucks arrived. 3 of them. One from Usuda Local, one from a Pro Hero blog channel, and one freelance reporter who looked like they hadn't slept in days. Cameras pointed through the fence. Reporters waved from behind security guards. Microphones extended like spears. Usagiyama, Izumi. Any comments about yesterday's incident? Did you really take down the infamous Scrapjaw? Were you trying to send a message to villain organizations? Is it true you're being considered for early hero internships? She ignored them. One of the guards, recognizing her face and the danger of pushing her, ushered the reporters back with a glare. Still, their questions echoed across the yard. Back in the courtyard, half the students now stared at her like she was a celebrity or a loaded weapon, which, to be fair, she was. Izumi, someone called, her best friend, Haruna, a short, peppy girl with a hummingbird quirk and zero self-preservation. Haruna plopped down beside her under the shade tree where they usually sat, her tray already piled with cafeteria food. Girl, you broke the internet. Izumi raised an eyebrow. That's not physically possible. No, I mean like social media. You're trending on every school board and even on Quirk Talk. There's a video of you doing a flying knee into that guy's stomach, and someone animated it into a Dragon Ball scene. Izumi stared. What? I'm serious. There's fan art already. Someone called you Rabbit Reaper Jr., and the name stuck. Izumi groaned and covered her face. I hate all of this. Haruna laughed. Oh, come on, it's kind of awesome. I got jumped by grown men with a kidnapping plan. That's not awesome. Sure, but you bodied them. That is. Back at home, Rumi was sprawled across the couch, watching the same news coverage for the 5th time, legs kicked up on the coffee table, teeth chewing on a carrot like a cigar. The anchor was mid-hype. Eyewitnesses report that Izumi Usagiyama, the niece and ward of Pro Hero Mirko, single-handedly fought off and subdued the wanted villain Scrapjaw and his gang after a failed kidnapping attempt. Local authorities confirmed that. The girl received only minor injuries and that the villain was taken into custody shortly thereafter. Mizudafu PD has declined to comment on her future hero potential, but sources within UA College confirm interest. Rumi grinned proudly. Dim in, right there interested. She turned to see Izumi walking in, tossing her bag by the door. You're a walking urban legend now, Zuzu. Izumi scowled. Please don't call me that in front of the police again. Hey, they need to know the terrifying warrior you become also like strawberry milk and plushies. Izumi groaned. Why are you like this? Because I raised you that way. Izumi opened the fridge, grabbed a drink, and sighed. They call me Rabbit Reaper Jr. at school. Rumi laughed until she nearly fell off the couch. Okay, that's a keeper. Meanwhile, elsewhere in Muzutafu, in a darkened alleyway, a group of low-level villains huddled around a cracked tablet, watching the footage of Izumi delivering a flying knee strike that dented Scrapjaw's chest plate. Someone gulped. Dude, that's a kid. That ain't a kid, someone else whispered. That's a demon in bunny ears. A third thug lit a cigarette with a shaky hand. We are not messing with anyone wearing white fur again. Ever. And thus, the legend grew. Izumi Usagiyama, the girl who took after Mirko in more ways than one. Feared by bullies. Respected by heroes. And now officially on the watch list of half the villain underground. All before her 12th birthday. The sun was only just beginning to rise over Mizudafu, casting warm gold light across the skyline. On the rooftop of a reinforced private training gym near the city outskirts, rented and reinforced specifically for one legendary pro hero and her increasingly terrifying niece, the air was already vibrating with tension. A low wind tugged at stray strands of silvery white and snow-pale hair. Bare feet scraped against concrete. Two blurs shot across the rooftop like cannon fire. Bang, clang, whoosh, thud. Izumi Usagiyama grinned like a beast, sweat trailing down her brow as her calves flexed with power and speed. She pivoted low, muscles coiled, and launched a spinning sidekick fast enough to cause a shockwave. Izumi ducked under it. Her ears twitched once. Her entire body blurred into motion. Faster than most cameras could track, Izumi closed the distance between them and slammed a hammering fist toward her aunt's ribs. Rumi caught it, barely, arms shaking from the force. "Dim in, kiddo," Rumi growled through gritted teeth. "You been eating meteors for breakfast, or something?" Izumi didn't reply with words, only an almost cocky smirk. Her right foot lashed out in a snap kick that Rumi blocked with her shin. The two separated for a breathless heartbeat, circling each other like wolves, eyes wild, hearts pounding. The rooftop bore the scars of their morning ritual: cracked stone, scorched RBB padding, handprints embedded into metal siding, and several broken training dummies already discarded in the corner. "Come on, Auntie," Izumi teased, voice slightly deeper now with age, but still bright with that stubborn, competitive edge. "You getting slow?" "Oh." Rumi grinned, cracking her neck. "You cocky little smartass. You wish I was getting slow." Izumi lunged again, her form a blur of explosive power. Her long, powerful legs, built from years of endurance drills, sprints, and weighted kicks, move her forward with speed that had surpassed most pro sidekicks. She struck with a rapid combo, elbow to the chin, uppercut to the gut, spinning heel kick toward Rumi's temple. The first was blocked. The second grazed. The third? Crack! Rumi ducked a millisecond too late, and the kick clipped her shoulder, sending her sliding across the concrete. SHD. Rumi coughed, rolling back on her feet and laughing. "You've got a hell of a bite now, you little beast." "You're the one who made me this way," Izumi replied, panting lightly, eyes locked on her aunt's stance. "You said if I wanted to keep up, I had to break limits." "Yeah, well," Rumi said, bouncing on the ball of her feet. "You broke the DMN speedometer last week." Izumi cracked her knuckles and grinned. "Then it's working." The next exchange was brutal. Both rabbit women moved faster than most eyes could follow, only visible as streaks of white, brown, and shadow against the morning sky. Their legs struck like pistons. Elbows clashed like sledgehammers. The wind screamed with every dodge, every counter, every leap. Izumi ducked under a feint and lashed out with a spinning back kick. Her heel caught Rumi in the side and sent her flying into the rooftop barrier. Boom! Dust exploded. Izumi stood there, chest rising and falling, waiting. Then rubble shifted. Rumi emerged, eyes burning with adrenaline, BLD trickling from her lip. And she was laughing. Yes, that's what I'm talking about. She was across the roof in the blink of an eye. Izumi tried to pivot, but this time, Rumi used Izumi's own momentum against her. The pro ducked low, grabbed her niece by the arm mid-strike, and flipped her over her shoulder like a sack of flour. Crash! Izumi slammed hard into the training mat, the wind knocked from her lungs. She blinked up at the sky. Then a face loomed over her, white-haired and wild-eyed, grinning like a devil. "I win," Rumi declared, planting her foot triumphantly on Izumi's stomach. Izumi coughed once. "Barely. Still counts." "Ow." A few minutes later, the two of them sat shoulder to shoulder on the rooftop edge, sipping from large bottles of protein shake and watching the sunrise over Mizudafu. Izumi had a cooling pack draped over her shoulder. Rumi had bandages on her ribs. "You know," Rumi said after a long pause, "I used to win in like 20 seconds. You used to be taller than me." Izumi deadpanned, smirking. "Brat." Izumi leaned back on her palms, ears twitching lazily. "You're still faster than me. In bursts." "Yeah, well, you're a freaking freight train now. If I didn't train with you every week, I'd probably begin slower instead of faster. I'm doing you a favor." Rumi gave her a sideways glance. "DMN, right you are." They sat in silence again for a while, wind tousling their hair. "You're going to be better than me someday," Rumi said suddenly. Izumi turned her head. Rumi was looking straight ahead, jaw tense but proud. "You've got the brains, the body, and that same fire." Only thing you need now is real experience. And maybe a little more finesse. Izumi smiled softly, letting the words sink in. I'll still train with you, even when I'm stronger. You better, Rumi snorted. Otherwise, I'm going to break into your college dorm and kick your butt. Deal. Later that day, as Izumi showered off the sweat and BLD of the fight, she stared at herself in the mirror. Taller than her aunt now, stronger in some ways, still growing, still learning. But she didn't feel like she was chasing Rumi's shadow anymore. Now, she was walking alongside it, building her own path. Not just Mirko's niece anymore. She was Izumi Usagiyama, and she was only getting started. It was a cloudy Tuesday afternoon when some very foolish people decided to try their luck. Izumi Usagiyama, now a 14-year-old tower of explosive strength, freakish speed, and untamed attitude, was on her way home from a solo training run. Her hoodie clung to her frame from the light drizzle, and her long white ears twitched beneath her hood, alert and relaxed at once. Her sharp crimson eyes scanned her surroundings as she jogged down a quieter street in Mizutofu, one hand tucked in, her pocket and the other idly holding her phone, music pulsing into one earbud. Rumi had let her run alone because, frankly, nobody sane tried to mess with the rabbit hurricane anymore. But not everyone was sane, and some idiots didn't read the news. Location: van parked in a side alley, 3:17 p.m. Target sighted. Came a hushed voice over a crackling comm. Subject is alone. No sign of the Pro Hero Mirko. This is our shot. In the back of the van sat 5 men and 1 woman, each wearing black tactical gear, armed with Quirk inhibitor cuffs and tranquilizer guns. She's just a kid, muttered one, loading a dart. How bad could she be? The leader, a grizzled man with a jagged scar down his jaw, gave him a side glance. You saw what she did to the last crew that tried this, right? Why, yeah, but she's 14. Come on. The leader sighed. That's what they said, too, before we scraped him off a construction wall. Still, the orders came from someone with deep pockets. They wanted the Usagiyama girl. Maybe for ransom, maybe for testing, maybe for something worse. Didn't matter. The pay was high enough for them to risk it. 3:21 p.m. Izumi heard the screech of tires half a second before the van cut in front of her path. Her eyes narrowed. 3 black-clad figures jumped out the back, yelling, "Hands up! Don't MO!" Izumi's response was immediate. She dropped her phone into her pocket, cracked her neck once, and tilted her head slowly. You serious? The goons didn't even have time to blink. She moved. The first man got a knee to the chin that launched him 5 feet into the air before he bounced off the top of the van like a pinball. The second raised his tranquilizer gun, only to have it smashed in half as Izumi twisted it from his hands and shattered it with a headbutt. The third tried to run. He got drop-kicked through the windshield. Inside the van, chaos exploded. She's in the van. She's in the VA. A thunderous crash shook the whole frame. The door tore off its hinges. The woman with the inhibitor cuffs lunged at Izumi, only to be grabbed by the wrist, swung in a circle, and thrown into the back wall of the van like a human hammer. 2 more tried to dogpile her. She slammed both against the floor and roof in a single motion. Now only the leader remained, frozen in place, as Izumi stepped out of the wreckage like a demon with rabbit ears. Her hoodie had been ripped halfway off, revealing toned muscle, a sports BR, and a fierce scowl of pure, bored rage. I'm giving you 5 seconds to run, she said flatly, BLD trickling from a scratch on her cheek. Better odds than the last guy's. He didn't need to be told twice. The man turned to flee down the alley. Boom. Too slow. A blur of speed slammed into him, sweeping his legs out and slamming him into a wall so hard it cracked. He slid down in a heap. Izumi crouched beside him, red eyes glowing under the shadow of her hood. You guys really need to update your Google alerts. 20 minutes later, the police arrived, late as usual, and found 7 unconscious, groaning, or mildly whimpering kidnappers zip-tied with wires and shoelaces. One was hanging by the waistband of his pants from a lamppost. Another had ISCK at kidnapping written on his forehead in red marker. When they asked Izumi if she was okay, she just shrugged. Bunch of randos jumped me, she said. Can I go home now? One officer, a rookie, blinked. Miss Usagiyama, you're not even breathing hard. Cardio, she said with a grin. Later that night, Rumi stood in front of the TV, jaw clenched, arms crossed. Another group, she muttered, eyes watching the security cam footage that had been leaked to the news. Izumi was on the screen, handling all 7 assailants like they were children's toys. Seriously, what the hell is in the water lately? Rumi rubbed her face. Are they stupid or suicidal? Izumi lounged on the couch, eating a protein bar, one leg kicked over the armrest. Bit of both, she replied casually. Rumi looked over her shoulder at her niece, eyes narrowing. You didn't hold back much, did you? They tried to taste me in the spine. Fair. The next day, school was buzzing. Again, kids huddled around their phones in the halls, watching grainy footage of Izumi slamming a grown man through a van door. Girls whispered. Boys looked terrified or deeply impressed. One upperclassman passed Izumi in the hallway, muttering, "Please don't kill me." She gave him a smirk. No promises. Rumi's niece had become a legend again. And to Izumi, it was just Tuesday. The sky over Mizuta-fu was tinted gold with the warmth of a late spring afternoon. Cherry blossoms were in bloom, scattered petals drifting lazily across the breeze. A picturesque day, if not for the absolute lunacy about to unfold in the quiet streets near Mizuta-fu High School. Izumi Usagiyama, age 17, towered over most of the crowd as she exited school gates with her bag slung lazily over one shoulder. At 6 feet 4 inches, her presence was impossible to miss. Broad-shouldered, sleekly muscular, and built like a living war machine, she walked with the confidence of someone who could and would throw a bus if mildly irritated. Her long white ears were pinned back beneath a high ponytail, and her crimson eyes, sharp as razors, scanned the area instinctively. She didn't look tense. But after years of being targeted by idiots who didn't value their spines, Izumi had learned to never SWCH off completely. Today, she wore a dark gray uniform top with the sleeves rolled up, her tie shoved into her pocket, and the school jacket tied around her waist. Her stride was casual, but each step betrayed dangerous precision, like a panther in slow motion. She was just thinking about dinner, maybe grilled eel rice and a protein shake, when she noticed something. Too quiet, too clean, no kids shouting, no birds, no old lady watering her plants like usual. Her ears twitched. Something was coming. She didn't know what yet, but it was always something. 30 seconds later, a garbage truck veered around the corner far too quickly, nearly tipping on 2 wheels. Izumi's eyes narrowed as it barreled down the street, gaining speed. Then the back popped open, and all hell broke loose. A net launcher fired at her from the top of the truck, followed by a concussive blast grenade aimed at her feet. In seconds, 5 figures clad in military-style armor and wielding high-tech gear leapt from the moving vehicle. 2 were airborne thanks to propulsion quirks. One was gigantic, another invisible, and the 5th, already trying to grab her with quirk-dampening gloves. Izumi stood still for 0.3 seconds. Then she moved. The street exploded into chaos. The first attacker, flying with mechanical wings, zoomed toward her at jet speed. Izumi leapt over him, grabbed his ankle midair, spun, and hurled him into the side of the garbage truck hard enough to cave in the metal. The one with the dampening gloves reached her next, trying to go for a grapple. Izumi caught his wrist. There was a beat of silence. Then she squeezed. He screamed as his wrist snapped audibly, followed by a kick to the gut that sent him flying across the sidewalk into a fire hydrant. Water exploded into the air. Seriously, she muttered. Do you people not read? The giant tried next, slamming both fists down with a roar. Izumi ducked under the impact, then shot upward with a rising knee that struck him in the jaw. He teetered. She grabbed the base of his shirt. Bye. And with a full body spin, she suplexed the man into the asphalt with a thunderous crash that shook windows. The invisible one tried to sneak up behind her with a scalpel. Izumi smirked. Her left ear twitched. Without looking, she back-kicked at full force. The sound of a man flying into a mailbox and screeching in pain followed. The last attacker was a woman with a quirk that slowed time in a 3-meter radius for 10 seconds. She activated it and charged. Izumi let it happen. Time slowed. Movements became syrup thick. But Izumi's mind and instincts were beyond fast. She had trained with Rumi. She had fought against Mirko at full speed. She had fought entire teams since she was 8. So when the woman reached out, Izumi met her hand with a casual punch. It felt like moving through jello, but it connected. Time snapped back. The woman hit the pavement in a spiral, unconscious before she stopped rolling. For minutes. That's how long it took. 5 kidnappers down for the count. Garbage truck? On fire. Road? Cracked. Izumi? Barely scuffed. She sighed, tugging out her phone. "Hey, aunt-Rumi," she said into the speaker. "Please tell me you didn't put more guys in the hospital," came the amused reply. "I didn't try to. They tried to jump me. Again. How many? 5 this time. Slightly better gear, same IQ. I'm going to start charging people for stupidity tax. I'll send you a video of a suplex. You'll like it. Hell yeah." Later that night, Rumi stood in their living room, arms crossed, eyes narrowed at the news report playing behind her. Again, Izumi's name wasn't released. Only Mirko's niece mentioned. Still, the footage was wild. Even Endeavor called to say, "Dude, that girl might pass me in the rankings if she's not careful." Rumi was torn between pride and exhaustion. "3rd time this year," she muttered. "One more, and I'm going to install anti-stupid sensors around you." Izumi, now in gym shorts and a tank top, sipped her smoothie and smirked. They never learn. Or they're hoping to die. Well, if they're suicidal, they're welcome to try me again. Rumi glanced up at her niece. Taller, stronger, smarter, already feared in underground forums and adored by half the country. Graduation was next month. She'd already been accepted to UA College, Hero Program, offered full scholarship, mentorship under Rumi herself, and immediate placement in internship rotations. Her official hero license was on the way. "You know," Rumi said, grinning now, "I think it's finally sinking in." "What is?" "You're not the little bun I picked up at the hospital anymore." Izumi looked at her, red eyes flashing with quiet affection. "No, but I'll always be yours." Rumi paused, then pulled her into a headlock. "Dim in right, you will." Somewhere in a dark underground bunker, a cloaked figure stared at surveillance screens, trembling with rage. "This is impossible," he snarled. "Every attempt ruined. Every squad destroyed." His assistant looked up timidly. "Sir, perhaps it's time to stop trying?" The figure froze, then sighed. "You're right. We'll have to wait. Did you hear that?" "What?" Crash. The wall behind them caved in. A tall figure stood in the rubble, ears twitching, eyes glowing red. Izumi Usagiyama cracked her knuckles. "Thought I'd return the visit." The summer sun blazed mercilessly over Mizudafu. It was the kind of heat that made you regret every decision in life that required movement. For most people, this just meant sweaty commutes and desperate clinging to their AC units. For rabbit mutants, it meant hell. Izumi Usagiyama lay sprawled across the cool floor of the living room in a tank top and gym shorts, looking like someone had unplugged her soul. Her long white hair was tied in a messy bun, but her usually perky ears were drooping pathetically over her face. She twitched once, groaned, then slithered an inch toward the AC unit. "Rumi, I think I'm dying." From the kitchen, a similarly lifeless groan echoed. "You think you're dying? Try going through this while also being the #2 rank hero on call." I nearly drop-kicked Hawks into a vending machine just because he breathed near me. The Pro Hero Mirko, also known as Rumi Usagiyama, trudged into the living room like a war refugee. She had dark circles under her eyes, her usually strong posture sagging. Her ears were twitching erratically. She pointed a shaky finger at Izumi. "You, this is your fault." Izumi blinked. "Ow, you're the one who grew up, and now your heat CYCL syncs with mine like some kind of biological punishment. It was fine when you were a kid. I used to get a break." Izumi wheezed, flipping onto her back like a dying fish. "I didn't choose this life, Rumi. The ears chose me. Don't get smart with me. I'll throw you into the freezer." "Do it, please." That actually sounds amazing right now. The two of them laid there in complete misery for a long, agonizing minute. Then Rumi mumbled, "This is worse than the time you accidentally set the training room on fire. I was 12 and you told me to go feral. You didn't have to take it literally." 30 minutes later, the cold pack rotation schedule was in full effect. Rumi had made a chart. It was taped to the fridge. Izumi stared at it blankly. "It says here, I only get 12 minutes with the ice vest. You had 13 last round, and you didn't shut up about how you were melting like a dignified war bunny. You're on probation." Izumi gasped dramatically. "This is tyranny. This is science. Now get your giant, but off the freezer floor. It's my turn." "No, Izumi. I'm nesting. You can't make me move." Indeed, Izumi had piled every blanket, towel, and hoodie in the apartment into a nest-like blob on the kitchen floor. Her expression was a perfect mix of murder and desperation. Her ears twitched like malfunctioning satellite dishes. Rumi growled, "You think you're the alpha now, just because you're taller?" "Yes. Fair." Later that night, Izumi was halfway through a gallon of frozen strawberries, her face half buried in a bag of ice, while Rumi ranted on the phone. "No, Nizu, I'm not coming in tomorrow. Yes, I know the city needs me. No, I will not put on the suit. It's heat week. If I show up, I'll either flirt with a fire hydrant or roundhouse kick the mayor. Pick one." Izumi gave her a thumbs up from the couch. "Tell him you'll kick both." "Shut up." Izumi giggled, then groaned. "God, why is my everything itchy? Like my soul is itchy. Why did we evolve like this? What was the point? Because Mother Nature is a BSDRD. I want to punch Mother Nature in the teeth. Get in line." Day 3. The household was barely holding it together. Rumi had punched a hole in the wall, trying to reach a heat lamp. Izumi had threatened to fight the ceiling fan for making eye contact. Every grocery DLVRY driver had started leaving bags at the end of the driveway out of fear. The mailman dropped a letter through the slot and sprinted down the street. Izumi, now wearing bunny-themed slippers and a hoodie 3 sizes too big, glared at the TV. "Why are all these characters hot now? This anime is betraying me. You're just hormonal. I am a goddess of violence, Rumi. I can't be taken down by a hot anime villain with fangs." A pause. "Okay, maybe I can, but I won't be happy about it." Day 4. Silence. The eye of the storm. Both rabbits lay side by side on the floor, flat as pancakes, wrapped in cooling gel sheets. The TV played a soothing nature documentary. "I think," Izumi whispered, "I achieved enlightenment." Rumi sighed. "I think I hallucinated a carrot trying to stuck me in the fridge." "Did you say yes?" "I considered it." A long pause. Then both broke into delirious laughter. The sound of a camera clicking echoed across the open field behind Mizudafu Municipal High School. Okay. Now give me a proud graduate pose," the photographer called out cheerfully. Izumi Usagiyama adjusted her navy blue graduation cap, standing a little straighter. At 6 feet 4 inches, she towered over every other student, and her ears, longer than most rabbit mutants her age, twitched slightly from the light breeze. Her sleeveless uniform blazer, custom fit for her muscle-packed frame, looked almost painted on. She crossed her arms and gave the camera a toothy, confident grin. Her classmates posed around her, many keeping a respectful buffer zone. After all, Izumi wasn't exactly the average student. By now, half the city knew about the incident, the one where she single-handedly wrecked a group of would-be kidnappers while waiting for her aunt at a corner store. Cameras had caught part of the aftermath. Her casual pose next to the tied-up villains with a carrot slushie in one hand had gone viral on HeroNet. Most of her class had learned to respectfully not get on her bad side. But right now, she was just another graduate. A giant, combat-hardened, mutation Quirk bunny grad. And she was grinning like a kid at a festival. Backstage, before the ceremony, "Yo, Carrot Brain." Izumi turned to see Rumi Usagiyama, still in her civilian wear, leaning against a fence, arms crossed, and a proud smirk on her face. The number 3 hero, recently bouncing back up from 4 again, looked casual but alert, her white ears perked high. "You cry yet?" Rumi asked. Izumi scoffed. I'm not crying until you cry. Rumi clicked her tongue. TCH, that's going to take a hell of a lot more than a graduation. Maybe if you lose your first fight. Keep dreaming, short stack. You did not just call me short stack. Izumi grinned innocently. Would I ever do that? You're dead after this ceremony. Love you too, Annie. The two shared a short, intense smirk, the kind of mutual respect that could only come from years of beatdowns, shared heat CYCL misery, and tag-teaming villains like it was a Saturday sport. Rumi reached into her pocket and handed Izumi a small, simple box. Izumi blinked, then carefully opened it. Inside was a sleek, professional-grade application form, already partially filled out, for UA College's Hero course. Wait, I pulled a few strings. They'll look at your app with priority once you submit it. Rumi shrugged. Don't waste it. You're more than strong enough to crush that course. Izumi's throat tightened a little. She looked at the form. Her name was printed at the top in elegant calligraphy. Izumi Usagiyama. Hero alias. Whiteout. Underneath was the part left blank, for her to write her own statement of purpose. Rumi gave her a light smack on the shoulder. You've already got what it takes to be one of the best. This is just you officially proving it. Izumi held the form gently like it might shatter. For all her strength, all her speed and muscle and attitude, this right here made her feel a different kind of powerful. I won't waste it, she said quietly. I know. After the ceremony, that night, back at their apartment, Rumi had ordered takeout from Izumi's favorite barbecue joint. A mountain of meat, grilled vegetables, and desserts covered the table. Izumi had long since changed out of her uniform, now lounging in one of Rumi's old tank tops and a pair of shorts. Her ears flicked contently as she sat down with a full plate in hand. Rumi, of course, was already halfway through her third serving. As they ate, Izumi pulled the application form from her backpack, along with a pen. Rumi looked up. You sure you want to do it tonight? Yeah. Izumi nodded. I know what I want to say. She sat down at the kitchen counter, clicked the pen, and started writing. Application statement. UA College Hero course. Name, Izumi Usagiyama. Alias, Whiteout. Why do you want to become a pro hero? Because I've never liked standing still. Because I'm faster than most, stronger than most, and because I was taught to protect what matters, even if it means breaking bones to do it. I've seen people suffer. I've seen bullies, villains, monsters, human or otherwise, try to prey on the weak. I've seen people afraid of someone like me just because of the way I look, but I never stopped. I kept training. I kept learning. I've been raised by one of the best, and I've fought hard to become someone even she can be proud of. I don't want to be just strong. I want to be a hero, one that inspires people to be brave, even if they're scared. The world needs more heroes who can fight back and stand tall, even when things go bad. I've got the scars, the power, and the will to do it. I'm ready. Izumi Usagiyama. She signed it at the bottom with a small flourish. Rumi leaned over her shoulder and read it in silence. Then, without a word, she ruffled Izumi's hair, proud and smug. You'll blow those college brats away. Izumi grinned. I better. Otherwise I'll have to take over the world just to prove a point. Rumi rolled her eyes and tossed a grape at her. You say that like you haven't already planned that. Izumi caught the grape midair with her mouth, chewed, and smirked. Doesn't mean I won't still go pro. The train to Mizuta-fu was quiet that morning. Early. Too early for most. But Izumi Usagiyama wasn't most. She sat in the back of the nearly empty car, a massive duffel bag slung across her lap, ears twitching occasionally beneath a hoodie 2 sizes too small for her. Even hunched over slightly to avoid bumping the ceiling with her ears, she was a walking wall of toned, rabbit-fueled muscle. Her legs stretched out into the aisle, boots scuffed from years of training. A few people had tried to sit next to her at the last station, only to slowly reconsider once they caught a glimpse of her sharp red eyes. Rumi had offered to come along. Izumi had refused, politely, of course. This was her moment. Her first step into the world beyond Rumi's shadow. Still, the last thing her aunt said before she left echoed in her head. Don't hold back too much. Let him know who you are. UA Hero College, South Campus. The exam site was already buzzing by the time she arrived. Dozens of applicants stood in front of the main testing center, chatting, pacing, or trying to act more confident than they were. Every shape, size, and quirk imaginable was present. Some had extra arms. One kid was floating upside down, reading a textbook. Another kept sneezing feathers. And then came her. The crowd subconsciously parted as Izumi walked through the gates. At 6 feet 4 inches in her usual sleeveless black hoodie, fingerless gloves, and worn combat boots, she didn't look like an applicant. She looked like a pro who'd already been accepted. Some recognized her immediately. Whispers rippled through the crowd. Is that her? The one who wrecked that villain gang last year. Dude, that's Mirko's niece. She beat up like 3 kidnappers in front of a convenience store. She's huge. Izumi ignored most of it. She was used to whispers, used to the stares. Instead, she casually made her way toward the registration booth. A UA staff member blinked up at her with wide eyes. Name, please. Izumi Usagiyama, she said calmly, pulling her application form out of her bag. The woman stared at the name for a second, then made a quick note on her tablet. You've been flagged for. Category A, entrance review. Head to the main hall, left corridor, 2nd floor. Thanks. She gave a little 2-finger salute and strode past, her boots echoing through the marbled hallways. The testing room, written exam. The moment Izumi stepped into the room, she got a better look at her fellow Category A applicants. They were the best of the best, at least academically or physically. Elite students, rich kids, legacy candidates. And then her. She took a seat in the back row. The chair creaked under her weight, but she'd long since stopped caring about that. The testing proctor stepped up to the podium, a stern-looking woman with glasses and a tight bun. This portion of the exam will last 90 minutes. You will not be allowed to leave once the test begins. Any attempt to cheat will result in immediate disqualification. Please do not engage in heroics unless absolutely necessary. A few students laughed nervously at that last bit. Izumi cracked her knuckles. They didn't know what heroics really meant until they had to drag a half-ton car off a screaming civilian or go toe-to-toe with someone trying to set a building on fire with kids still inside. She could still hear her aunt's voice. Brains and brawn, brat. If you can't outthink them, you're just another blunt instrument. So she studied. Every night. Every textbook. Every mock test. Every obscure villain law, every ethics regulation. She learned not just what heroes were supposed to do, but why. When the test began, her pencil moved like lightning. 50 minutes in, half the room was sweating bullets. Some were already stuck on the 4th essay question. Explain how the Hero Public Safety Commission handles extrajudicial intervention scenarios in cases involving Class A quirks. Izumi? She was on page 8 of her written portion, calmly chewing the end of her mechanical pencil. Her eyes flicked across the test booklet like scanning targets. Her handwriting was fast, tight, and legible. Muscle memory from years of late-night notes with Rumi, who never once let her take shortcuts. Around her, other students began sneaking glances, not just at her massive frame, but at her sheer focus. She barely even blinked. And God's help the poor kid behind her who tried to cheat and peek at her answers, only for one of her ears to flick backward like a motion sensor and give him a glare so sharp he froze mid-reach. 90 minutes later. Time's up. Please place your pencils down and hands behind your head. Izumi exhaled through her nose, rolled her shoulders, and leaned back with a calm smile. She'd finished with 10 minutes to spare. The proctor moved through the aisles, collecting papers. As they passed Izumi, they gave her test a double take. It wasn't just complete. It was thorough. One of the assistants whispered, "We're going to have to triple-check hers just to be sure it wasn't plagiarized." She wrote 4 examples for the case study question. Another whispered back. Izumi, of course, heard all of this. Her ears twitched. She smiled wider. Outside the testing room, the students were ushered into a waiting area while the proctors prepped for the practical portion. Izumi stretched, arms high over her head, muscles shifting like coiled springs beneath her hoodie. Her ears drooped lazily behind her, relaxed. Some students looked ready to faint from stress. Izumi? She was cracking her neck and eyeing the entrance to the training field like a predator. That's when one particularly cocky-looking guy with feathered hair sidled up next to her. "So, Mirko's niece, huh?" he said, arms crossed. She looked down at him. "Yup. You think that name's enough to carry you into UA?" She leaned down slowly until their faces were level. "Nope, but the fact I could fold you into a meat pretzel with one hand might be." The guy paled and slowly backed off. Izumi turned back toward the training doors, grinning ear to ear. The moment the test proctor waved the next group through the reinforced doors, a strange hush fell over the examinees. Beyond the entrance lay UA's South Field combat grounds, a sprawling urban landscape built for destruction. Crumbling mock buildings, faux streets, alleyways, smoke canisters, and, of course, hundreds of metal monstrosities, the infamous entrance exam robots. Izumi Usagiyama rolled her shoulders as she stepped into the light. Her hoodie was gone, tied around her waist, leaving her sleeveless black compression top and her powerful arms fully exposed. Her red eyes were sharp, ears flicking as she adjusted her boots on the cracked concrete. Some of the other students were already strategizing in little groups. Others paced nervously. A few watched Izumi like she was a wild card. One brave girl whispered, "Is that her? The one from Yazudafu who kicked a villain's jaw clean off? She crushed a getaway car with one leg." Another replied, "Like it owed her money. Mirko's niece. God help the robots." A loudspeaker blared. "Ready?" The crowd tensed. Izumi crouched low, muscles bunching beneath her skin like a coiled spring. "Set." The kid next to her took a deep breath. "Go." Izumi vanished. 0:03 into the exam. Her boots cratered the concrete with the force of her launch. Wind whipped past her ears as she tore down the street, already covering a full block before most had taken their first step. She moved like a blur, like a missile with ears. The first robot, a standard three-pointer, barely had time to rotate its turret before Izumi slammed into it feet first. The impact folded its torso inward like crushed tinfoil, and the entire machine was launched into a nearby wall, where it exploded in a shower of sparks. Izumi didn't stop. She moved with predator instincts honed over a decade of fighting Rumi. Her steps were precise, her reactions twitch-fast. She darted into an alley, slid under a fallen girder, leapt up the side of a wall, and landed atop a derelict bus just as two more robots rounded the corner. Cute. One jumped. Big mistake. Izumi flipped backward midair, caught it between her thighs, and squeezed. Crunch. Metal groaned. Spark shot out. The robot's head imploded like a soda can under a press. She released and landed in a three-point crouch, tossing the ruined robot body aside like trash. "Next," she muttered. 10 minutes in. By now, other students were catching up. Explosions echoed in the distance. Quirks lit the sky. Fireballs, wind blasts, sonic bursts. But Izumi kept a steady pace, weaving through the rubble like a huntress on patrol. Not too fast, not too slow, just efficient. A five-pointer lunged out of a collapsed building. She spun, dodged its claw, grabbed its arm, ripped it off, and drove the jagged remains straight into its chest. It sparked, hissed, and fell over backward in a heap. She blew out a breath. Still not tired, not even winded. "Rumi would have cleared the map already," she said with a smirk. "Guess I've still got work to do." Then she heard it. A scream. North end of the field. A group of applicants were pinned down behind a shattered truck. 3 robots were closing in, and one girl had a bleeding leg. Izumi didn't even hesitate. She blurred through a nearby alley and slammed into the closest robot from behind, fist first, sending it skidding into the others like bowling pins. The other students flinched as her massive form landed in front of them, ears perked. "You all good?" she asked, red eyes scanning the area. "Why, yeah," the girl stammered. Thanks." Izumi nodded once. "Stay behind cover. I'll mop." Up. 15 minutes in. More robots. Bigger models now. Yue was increasing the difficulty. A 10-pointer charged her, covered in heavy armor. Izumi didn't flinch. She dropped into a low stance, then exploded forward, jumping 10 feet into the air and bringing both feet down onto the machine's head like an executioner's axe. The entire top half of the robot caved in from the sheer force. It didn't even have time to process the impact before its systems overloaded. Izumi dusted her hands off. Another one tried to flank her. She turned, sidestepped, and kicked it into a street lamp. Final stretch. At this point, the drone cameras had locked onto her. She was making waves without being flashy, a terrifyingly efficient destroyer, like a living natural disaster with precision targeting. One UA staff member watching the monitor muttered, "She's not even going all out." "No," another replied. "She's not." The zero-pointer. Then the ground shook. All at once, a deep, metallic roar rumbled across the battlefield. Students screamed. Dust clouds billowed as the zero-pointer emerged, towering over the buildings, an urban colossus of steel and violence. The others ran. Izumi? She stopped and stared up at it like someone had just insulted her bloodline. "Is that thing seriously worth 0 points?" she muttered. "Cheapskates." Still, she was about to walk away when she saw it. A boy, leg trapped beneath rubble, too close to the zero-pointer's path. She didn't hesitate. One breath, one crouch, and then she launched. Faster than any of the proctors expected, she bounded across rooftops like a bullet with ears, landing beside the injured boy just as the zero-pointer's shadow darkened the ground. "Hold still." With one arm, she lifted the entire slab, pinning his leg, and tossed it like it was made of styrofoam. Then she grabbed him bridal style, ears flapping as she shot out of the impact zone, just as the zero-pointer's fist obliterated the spot where they'd been. The boy stared up at her, dazed. You saved me." Izumi didn't even look at him. Don't make a habit of needing it. She dropped him off near the exit zone just as the final buzzer sounded. End of the exam. Panting. Scorched earth. Bent steel. Izumi stood in the middle of the battlefield, arms folded, eyes calm. Not a single scratch on her. Around her, the area was littered with downed robots, half-melted chassis, and pieces of metal that would need to be salvaged. Students limped toward the recovery area, whispering, wide-eyed. "Did you see what she did? She didn't even break a sweat. She crushed that robot with her thighs." Observation room. One UA official looked at Izumi's footage and muttered, "If that's her not showing off." The other wiped sweat from his brow. "We better hope she never gets serious." The evening sun painted the sky in warm oranges and deep reds by the time Izumi made it home. The walk from UA to the Usagiyama residence had been quiet, peaceful. She didn't rush. Her body was still humming with adrenaline, and her hair was a bit windswept from the exam, but otherwise, she looked like someone who had just taken a stroll through the park, not demolished half a combat zone. As she stepped onto the porch, the familiar scent of grilled food wafted through the air. "Oh, hell yeah," she muttered, ears perking. "Smells like Rumi's doing meat tonight." She opened the front door. The moment it creaked open. "Yo, brat." A blur shot across the living room. Izumi didn't flinch. Rumi Usagiyama, number 2 Pro Hero Mirko herself, skidded to a stop in front of her, arms crossed, wide grin stretched across her face like a fox who smelled mischief. "You survived," Rumi said. "Didn't die. No broken bones." "I'm shocked. I could say the same to you," Izumi replied, stepping past her and tugging off her boots. "That old creaky knee still holding up?" "Old? I'll snap your neck like a twig. You've been saying that since I was 12. And I meant it." Izumi smirked as she hung her hoodie on the rack. "You make dinner?" Rumi raised a brow. "Answer my question first. How'd it go? And don't half-butt it. I want details. Gory ones. Extra seasoning." The taller girl stretched, her black tank top rising just enough to show a few battle-hardened abs, and let out a dramatic sigh. "Well, I didn't intentionally show off," she started. "But the robots kind of made that difficult." Rumi snorted. "You vaporized anything?" "Only the ones that got mouthy." Rumi's ears twitched. "Go on." Izumi grabbed a bottle of water from the kitchen, cracked it open, and took a long sip before continuing. "I finished the written part without a hitch. Boring. Half the questions were common sense, and the other half were logic puzzles for babies." All right. Get to the fun part." Izumi grinned. "I got in the first wave for the practical. Urban field, scattered bots. I kept it simple, Clean, quick, efficient. Nothing flashy. One robot jumped me from behind. Rumi leaned forward, wide-eyed. So I flipped over it and crushed its head between my thighs. Silence. Rumi blinked. You what? I thigh crushed it. Like, you did the anime leg death move? I did. Rumi let out a strangled sound. You absolute menace. Did anyone see? Probably. I wasn't really looking. Rumi was cackling now, stumbling back onto the couch. Oh my God. You're a walking scandal. I'm a walking weapon. You're a walking thirst trap, is what you are. Izumi flushed. Excuse you. Don't act like you don't know what you're doing. You think I didn't see those shorts? The compression top? You're built like a DMN goddess, and you're choking out machines with your legs. There's going to be fan art. Please don't. Too late. I'm going on BunnyNet tonight. Gonna post. Saw my baby sis crush a robot skull with her thighs. Best day of my life. Hashtag Bunny Bloodline. I will delete your account. Rumi just howled with laughter. You're lucky I love you. Izumi rolled her eyes and flopped down onto the couch beside her. Anyway, saved a few kids. Carried one out of a zero-pointer's danger zone. Nothing serious. Rumi's ears perked. Zero-pointer? Didn't fight it. Wasn't worth any points. But I couldn't leave someone behind. So I just grabbed the kid and ran. Good instincts, Rumi said with a nod. That's how you win. Not just with muscles, but character. Izumi leaned her head back and sighed. Think I'll get in? Rumi snorted. Get in? Izumi, they probably rewrote the scoring system after watching you. You didn't just pass. You probably beat my DMN record. Izumi gave a smug little shrug. Wouldn't be surprised. Rumi narrowed her eyes. Getting cocky? Just confident. Careful. That's how villains are born. Then I guess I better stay close to you, Izumi replied, smirking. Need someone to punch the cockiness out of me now and then. Oh, don't you worry, Rumi said, hopping off the couch. After dinner, I'm dragging your smug butt outside. We're sparring, but I just got back. You crushed a robot with your thighs. You're clearly not tired. Dim in my thighs. Dim in right, Rumi said, heading for the grill. Now get your butt in here. We're having grilled ribs, corn, and fried rice. Izumi stood and followed, tail swaying lazily behind her. You're not going to tell anyone about the robot, are you? Oh, absolutely. Rumi, no. Izumi, yes. That night, the internet quietly exploded with rumors and footage of a certain unnamed applicant who choked out a training robot like a watermelon in a vice grip. Someone started a fan page. Someone else wrote a song. But as far as Izumi was concerned, she had ribs, her sister, and the knowledge that she'd passed the hardest exam in Japan. Let them talk. In a high-tech, climate-controlled screening room at UA High School, several of Japan's most elite pro heroes and educators had gathered around a long projection table. Screens lined the walls. Footage of the written and practical exams had been compiled, tagged, and prepared for review. The purpose? Simple. Go through the recordings. Spot the outliers. Identify the gems. And in Nizu's words, let's see who makes our jobs interesting this year. Principal Nizu sat at the head of the table, a steaming cup of tea in his tiny paws. His ever-pleasant smile never wavered, though his eyes gleamed with something far more calculating. Around him sat an eclectic group. Shota Aizawa, already wrapped in his yellow sleeping bag with an energy drink in one hand. Namuri Kiyama, midnight, legs crossed, grin sharp. Hisashi Yamada, present mic, tapping a pen on the desk. Tashinori Yagi, all might, in his skeleton-thin form, sipping quietly. 13, suited up and eager as always. Vlad King, arms folded, stern and observant. Ectoplasm, standing silently at the back, one copy operating the playback terminal. Recovery Girl, knitting calmly with one eyebrow already raised. Ectoplasm's clone spoke. First up, candidate 1391. Name, Izumi Usagiyama. Female. Age, 17. Height, 6 feet 4 inches. Applied for hero course. Aizawa's eyes flicked open. Usagiyama? Tashinori raised a brow. Any relation to? Yup, Midnight interjected, grinning. Mirko's niece. Lives with her too. I've seen them training before. It's impressive. Oh, This should be fun, Present Mike said with a smirk. Ectoplasm hit play. Begin footage. Camera 1. Urban Zone, Sector C. The screen flared to life, showing a wide city-like course. At the edge of the frame stood a tall girl in dark tactical shorts and a high-crop tank top. Thick, powerful legs. Toned arms. Her ears twitched, tall, sharply curved rabbit ears. And then she launched forward. Is that speed being tracked? Vlad asked. Nisa tapped on his console. Top speed recorded at 52.9 kilometers per hour in short bursts. Higher than Ida's baseline before UA. Aizawa narrowed his eyes. Muscle density. Her legs aren't just for movement. They're weapons. In the footage, Izumi dashed past another applicant, swept the combat bot's legs out, and spun-kicked its head clean off. She didn't even pause. Camera 2. Elevated drone view. Izumi cleared a multi-story building in a single leap, landed, and intercepted a second wave of robots. Her tail flicked behind her, acting like a third limb for balance. She's not just strong, 13 said, she's spatially aware. Look at how she uses her momentum. Recovery girl sniffed. She won't be seeing me much. Not unless she's the cause of the injuries, Aizawa muttered. Then came the part. Camera 3. Alleyway ambush. A combat bot, one of the larger models, burst from a wall, its arm already transforming into a rotary blade. The applicant behind it screamed. Izumi didn't flinch. She slid in, flipped backward around the robot's neck like a gymnast, and snapped its head clean off between her thighs. Silence. The sound of the robot's head crunching echoed in the room. Then Midnight slowly leaned forward, steepling her fingers. I'm just saying, if that was a person, they'd die with a smile. Aizawa groaned. Namiri. Present Mike laughed so hard he nearly fell out of his chair. Yo, that robot just got thigh-locked into oblivion. Tashinori choked on his tea. Nizu's eyes glinted with glee. What fascinating anatomy. Poor guy didn't stand a chance, Vlad added dryly. Remind me not to spar with her. Midnight twirled a strand of hair. Rumi's got to be so proud. Aizawa rubbed his temple. Forget the strength. Did you see the restraint? She's holding back everything. She's not showing off. She's being surgical. She carried that crying kid out of the zero-pointer zone, Recovery girl added. Didn't even blink. That's instinct. Hero material. Tashinori, finally composed, nodded slowly. She reminds me of you, Aizawa. Controlled. Efficient. But she has Rumi's ferocity. She's a hybrid. Hybrid bunny of death, Mike whispered reverently. End footage. Nizu sipped his tea again. She'll be receiving one of the highest scores. Between villain-level strength, DSBLN, rescue instincts, and that, finishing move. Midnight snickered. She definitely made an impression. Aizawa stared at the frozen frame of Izumi walking away from the crushed robot, head held high, ears flicking lazily. She's not just UA material, he said. She's top-of-the-class material. Do we even have robots tough enough to train her? Vlad asked. We'll have to upgrade the arenas, 13 added, or assign her to custom drills. She'll be getting in, Nizu said firmly, and I believe she'll reshape the dynamic of this class. Midnight leaned back in her chair, still grinning. God help the boys. It started with a single post on social media. The footage was only 9 seconds long, but that was more than enough. Video posted to Quirk. View count, 34.7 million. Title, y'all. She crushed a robot's head with her thighs. Begin clip. A tall girl, black tank top, tactical shorts, long white hair whipping around her like a storm, skidded into an alley. The camera zoomed in as a massive robot burst from a collapsing wall, its circular saw whirring. She didn't run, didn't dodge. Instead, she launched herself onto its shoulders in a fluid spin. Crack! 2 muscular thighs closed in around the robot's head, and with a brutal, metallic pop, the head snapped off like a champagne cork. She landed on the ground without a sound. Her ears twitched once. She walked away. In clip. Comments section and chaos. At Thynite47, marry me. At BunnySlayer_X, that robot died happy. I would too. At UA Big 3 Watcher. This who got the top score? Bro. At Thighs Before Lies. Those thighs could crush the patriarchy. At Hero Fanatic XX. Who is she? Me 5 seconds in. I'd let her kill me. Me 6 seconds in. It didn't take long before every social media platform, news channel, and fan forum lit up with a single burning question. Who is the thigh girl? Local news segment. Channel 7 Tokyo. Anchor number 1. And in other news, footage from the UA entrance exam was leaked earlier today and has now gone viral. Anchor number 2. The unidentified applicant, now dubbed Bunny Executioner by fans, has drawn widespread attention after neutralizing a combat robot using only her thighs. Clip plays again, in slow motion, with dramatic anime filter effects added in post. Anchor number 1, deadpan effective, brutal, and very popular, apparently. UA headquarters, Principal Nizu's office. Nizu watched the viral video loop for the 12th time on his monitor. This was not part of the release plan. Beside him, Aizawa sighed and rubbed his face. This is why we don't let the drone footage sync with outside servers. Present Mike cackled behind them. Her new nickname's trending at number 1, Thailander. Nizu actually snorted his tea. Oh dear. At home, Usagiyama household. Izumi sat frozen on the couch, holding her phone. She blinked, stared, then slowly turned toward her aunt, who was staring at the screen in horror. Rumi, Izumi said, why is there a remix of My Thighs crushing a robot head to the Evangelion theme? Rumi rubbed her temples with both hands. Because people are weird, Izumi. That's why. The video blasted from the living room TV. Thigh impact. Robot head explodes in sync with orchestra. God's in his heaven. All's right with the world. Rumi groaned louder. Do they even know who you are yet? She asked. Izumi slowly nodded. They dug through the rankings database. My name's all over Quirk Talk. And someone edited my face on a All Might's body in a bunny suit. Rumi's face twitched. Okay, that's it. I'm calling Nizu. I don't care how funny this is. I want the footage taken down. Izumi held up her phone. Too late. There's merch. Merch. Izumi nodded again, looking as if she'd just witnessed a war crime. Thigh-shaped bottle openers. Limited edition. Already sold out. Meanwhile, Hero community reactions. Endeavor, Hero number 2. Sees the clip once. Grunts. Leaves the room muttering about goddamn rabbits. Best genist. Clean, efficient DMNT. Impeccable form. She'll set a high bar for decorum. MT lady. Okay, but those thighs. My money's on her for the sports festival. Kamui Woods. Would like to avoid being crushed by anyone. Thank you. Next day, UA acceptance letters released. Despite the chaos, the letters still went out. Izumi's arrived by courier drone, wrapped in red and gold, with a golden UA seal. As she opened it, the screen flickered to life. Nizu's tiny, chipper face filled the display. Congratulations, Miss Usagiyama. Your exam results were the highest in your sector, and in fact, the highest overall. Your combination of DSBLN, restraint, and raw ability makes you one of the most promising applicants we've seen in years. And while we regret the recent publicity, do know that the staff is quite impressed. He winked. Welcome to UA College. The screen shut off. Izumi exhaled slowly. Then her phone buzzed again. New notification. You are now trending number 3 in Japan. Great, she muttered, flopping onto the couch. Now, they'll expect me to crush everything with my thighs. Rumi walked past, waving a cup of coffee. You did do that, though. Izumi let out a long, dramatic groan into a pillow. The first rays of morning sunlight bathed Muzutafu in a golden hue as students from across the city made their way toward the massive campus of UA College. Among them, standing out like a glacier among pebbles, was Izumi Usagiyama. At 6'4", she towered over her peers, her muscular build encased in the standard UA uniform. While most students walked nervously with hunched shoulders, Izumi walked with a quiet, confident gait. Despite the viral fame from her entrance exam, she did her best to ignore the occasional whispers and side-eyes. When she stepped onto campus, she drew even more stares, some of admiration, others of intimidation. and some just of disbelief. Hey, is that her? The thigh girl? Bro, she straight up decapitated a robot with her legs. She's got to be some pro hero's niece or something. She was. Homeroom, Class 1A. The classroom was buzzing with excitement when Izumi stepped in. Students are getting to know each other, comparing quirks, personalities clashing and bonding. Then she walked in. Silence. Even Katsuki Bakugo, the walking detonation, paused mid-boast to give her a narrow-eyed once-over. Izumi walked to the seat assigned to her without a word, sliding her bag off her shoulder and leaning back in her chair. Despite the attention, she didn't acknowledge any of it. From the corner of the room, a sleepy-looking man in a black capture scarf yawned loudly, drawing everyone's gaze. Settle down. I'm Shota Aizawa, your homeroom teacher. No introductions. No icebreakers. No orientation. We're getting straight to work. Several students gasped. But what about the opening ceremony? Ida protested. Useless, Aizawa replied bluntly. Instead, we're doing a quirk apprehension test. Suit up and meet me at Field Gamma. Girls' locker room. Changing into the UA sports uniform proved eventful. As Izumi peeled off her uniform shirt and revealed her well-toned, sculpted back, shoulders, and abs, the room got very, very quiet. Mina leaned into Kyoka and whispered, "Is she a tank with bunny ears or what?" "Her legs are like sculpted," Achiko muttered, staring at Izumi's thighs. Momo blinked as she pulled her shirt on. "I'm not sure whether I should be jealous, impressed, or afraid." "All three," Tsu croaked. "Definitely all three." "Ribbit." Izumi didn't comment. She finished tying up her hair into a high ponytail and exited the locker room. Apprehension test, Field Gamma. Aizawa stood with a clipboard as the students lined up on the white sand track. "You'll be doing 8 tests. The 50-meter dash, grip strength, standing long jump, endurance run, softball throw, side-to-side shuffle, seated toe touch, and upper body lift. Do your best. Or don't. It's your life." Bakugo smirked. "Huh. Time to show these extras what a real quirk looks like." Aizawa held up the clipboard. "Izumi Usagiyama. You're first. 1 50-meter dash." Izumi stretched once, rolled her shoulders, and took her mark. Beep. She vanished. Literally vanished. The dust left in her wake settled as the timer beeped again. 1.36 seconds. Everyone gawked. Did she just teleport? "No," said Ida, his jaw slack. "She ran. That was just running." Aizawa wrote the time down without expression. Next. 2. Grip strength. Izumi calmly took the device, squeezed it, and broke it. There was a moment of silence as the remains clattered to the floor. Aizawa sighed. Noted. Moving on. 3. Standing long jump. Izumi bent her knees, then launched. She cleared the entire sandpit and landed easily 20 feet past the measurement markers. Mina blinked. Did she just jump over the measuring tape? 4. Softball throw. Use your quirk freely, Aizawa said. Izumi took the ball, aimed it like a cannon shell, and hurled it with a twist of her hips. The ball disappeared over the horizon. The distance registered as infinity. Bakugo snarled. TCH. She's just showing off now. Izumi gave him a mild look. No, I'm just warmed up. 5 to 8. Side shuffle, endurance run, toe touch, upper body lift. Izumi aced all remaining tests. Her stamina was unmatched, her balance perfect, and her flexibility startling for someone so powerfully built. Even her toe touch maxed out the device. By the end, every student was either stunned, inspired, or internally screaming. Aizawa gathered the results, face unreadable. Well, none of you are hopeless, but a few of you need to seriously step up. That said, top scorer for today is Usagiyama. He handed her the results slip. Izumi barely reacted. Thanks. As the sun dipped lower in the sky and the test ended, whispers spread among the students. She's insane. She didn't even break a sweat. Her quirk's got to be like 5 different quirks in one. Achiko approached her shyly. Hey, Izumi, right? You were amazing out there. Izumi blinked, then smiled. Thanks. You were pretty good too. You float like a leaf. Achiko blushed. Eh, yeah, well, you crush like a tank. Mina grinned nearby. But she could crush one of those robots with her thighs again. Izumi just shrugged. I could, but now I know how to one-shot them with a kick. Bakugo huffed nearby. Show off. Izumi raised an eyebrow. Want to test that theory, Blondie? Bakugo growled. Keep talking and I just might. Aizawa called out. Enough. Dismissed. Go get some rest. Tomorrow's worse. As the students filed out, Izumi lingered a moment, looking up at the towering buildings of UA. So this was the beginning, the start of her real journey. And, judging from today, it was going to be one hell of a ride. The next morning at UA College dawned bright, and the air practically buzzed with excitement. Class 1A had gathered outside Training Ground Beta, the site for their first official heroics class. Anticipation swirled among the students, none more curious than Izumi Usagiyama, who stood tall, 6 feet 4 inches of sheer, imposing athleticism, beside her classmates. Clad in her customized hero costume, a sleek black and gray combat suit built to enhance movement and durability, her long platinum white hair was tied in a thick braid down her back, her red eyes scanning the environment calmly. All Might, in his muscular form, stood before the class, his usual beaming grin toned down by a rare moment of actual strategic forethought. Today, we'll be conducting a mock hostage situation. A villain has a nuclear device in a building. Your objective: disable the villains and secure the bomb, or the villains win. Gasps and murmurs rippled through the class. All Might raised a hand. But we're doing things a little differently today, he announced. To test teamwork and combat adaptability, I've selected 3 villains and 1 solo hero. The hero will be Izumi Usagiyama. Eyes turned to her. She gave a low hum, stretching her arms lazily, her powerful frame radiating calm depths. And the villains will be Katsuki Bakugo, Tenya Ida, and Achiko Uraraka. Bakugo immediately exploded. What? All 3 of us against Bunazilla? That's not fair. For her. You want to lose that badly? Izumi said with a smirk, cracking her knuckles. I'll go easy on you. Maybe. Tenya adjusted his glasses, already trying to think tactically. Uraraka was a bit more nervous but determined. Let's do our best, guys. We'll need it. Inside the training ground, the mock facility was a multi-level complex with reinforced walls, traps, and choke points. Izumi entered from the west side. Her gait was steady, calm. The timer started. Bakugo was waiting, of course. He launched from the second level, grenade palms sparking. Die rabbit! Izumi ducked, rolled, and blurred forward with a burst of explosive speed that made the watching students on the monitors gasp. Boom, wham! She leapt up, wrapped her legs around Bakugo's torso mid-flight, and twisted. Then, with a powerful rotation, she flipped him down in a modified suplex, her thighs locking tight around his head like a steel vise. She drove his skull into the training floor with a thunderous crack. Oof! That looked like it hurt, Kaminari muttered, wincing. Remind me never to make her mad, Zero said. Bakugo lay twitching. She patted his shoulder. You'll live. Tenya Ida came speeding in next, engines roaring. He zigzagged between walls with blinding speed. Izumi crouched low, watching the rhythm. At just the right moment, she kicked off the ground, vaulting in an arc above him. Her powerful legs spun her midair, and she brought down an axe kick with the force of a sledgehammer. It landed squarely on his shoulder, redirecting his momentum and slamming him into a wall. Tactical readjustment complete, she muttered to herself, dragging him gently into a corner and giving a thumbs up to the invisible camera. Uraraka, in the meantime, had tried to hide near the bomb location on the upper floor. But hiding from someone like Izumi, who had been trained in stealth and tracking since she could walk, was wishful thinking. Uraraka flinched as a soft breeze touched her shoulder. Tag, Izumi said cheerfully, crouching beside her upside down from the ceiling. Uraraka squeaked. Why, you found me. I smelled your shampoo. Nice pick. Uraraka laughed nervously, then tapped out. Outside the training ground. And the hero wins, boomed All Might. Class 1A was silent for a moment. Then Kaminari whispered, Bro, she bodied all three of them. Bakugo got his head buried in concrete. With thighs, Minato whispered reverently. That wasn't just strength, Aizawa said quietly, watching Izumi return. She analyzed, predicted, adjusted, and held back. That's terrifying. Midnight snorted. Held back? That suplex nearly made me fall in love. Vlad King chuckled. She's Rumi's niece, all right, but I think she might go even further. All Might was nodding, eyes on Izumi. She's a monster, in the best way. Izumi emerged from the arena without a scratch, casually dragging an unconscious Bakugo behind her by his collar, like a misbehaving puppy. She raised a hand lazily. Where do I put this? Everyone laughed, except Bakugo, who groaned in humiliation. Izumi smirked. She didn't need praise, but DM in if it didn't feel good to start strong. The moment Izumi planted Bakugo head first into the ground with her modified suplex, a stunned silence fell over the training ground. Dust hung in the air, and a faint echo of the impact lingered like a warning to anyone foolish enough to challenge her. Ida lay groaning several meters away, arms twitching in the air like a broken wind-up toy. Achiko was still trying to sit up, stars circling her head as she tried to process what had just happened. And Bakugo? He wasn't even moving. Then, as if the entire class had taken a collective breath, it was released in a chorus of reactions. Holy SH! Kaminari shouted, cutting himself off mid-curse. That was incredible, whispered Yurizu, eyes wide in awe. She's like a one-woman army. She picked up Bakugo. With her thighs, Mina exclaimed, pink cheeks flushed with excitement and a touch of jealousy. Like Bam. His head was in the ground. He's gonna have PTSD every time he sees a gym, Kirishima added with a nervous chuckle, scratching the back of his head. Zero leaned over to whisper, pretty sure that move was illegal in 3 pro wrestling leagues. Meanwhile, Bakugo groaned from his crater, voice muffled. I hate her. Aizawa jotted something down in his notebook, muttering efficient, brutal, surprisingly tactical. Rumi wasn't kidding about her niece. All Might laughed heartily from his observer perch, voice booming. A plus performance, Usagiyama. You made excellent use of your speed and strength, and you adapted on the fly. Splendid. Izumi casually dusted her gloves off as she approached the class. Not a scratch on her. Thanks. They weren't that bad, she said casually, as if she hadn't just ragdolled 3 top-ranked applicants. Later that afternoon, after classes had ended and students had gone their separate ways, the school's media liaison team gathered in Nizu's office with urgent expressions. Sir, we have a problem, or, depending on how you look at it, a media goldmine. Let me guess, Nizu said, sipping his tea calmly. The footage of Usagiyama's match. Yes, sir. Someone leaked the suplex footage. Social media is exploding. Nizu turned on a monitor. On the screen was a clip of Izumi lifting Bakugo with her legs, flipping him over, and burying him in the concrete. The camera cut to Bakugo's cratered body twitching as dust settled. The caption beneath it read, Breaking. Mirko's niece crushes aspiring hero with god-tier thighs. Is she the next #1 hero? The hashtags trended globally within minutes. Hashtag Thighs of Justice. Hashtag Usagiyama Suplex. Hashtag Mirko 2.0. Hashtag Send Help Bakugo. Celebrity heroes chimed in on the trend. MT Lady tweeted, Those are some legs. Bakugo never stood a chance. Hashtag Respect the Thighs. Kim Yui Woods added, Impressive technique. Good use of momentum and leverage. Midnight was quoted live on a late-night hero talk show. I knew the girl had talent. I just didn't realize she was built like an Amazonian goddess. Those thighs should be registered weapons. Rumi, lounging on her couch with a protein shake in one hand and her phone in the other, burst out laughing. That's my girl. Back at home, Izumi scrolled through the flood of comments with a flat expression. This is getting out of hand. Rumi peeked over her shoulder. You literally planted a kid in the ground using your legs. You've practically started a fan club. Own it. Izumi groaned and buried her face in a pillow. I just wanted to pass the exercise, not start a movement. Well, Rumi said with a smug grin, Too late. The hashtag thighs of justice are trending. Better get used to the spotlight, kid. The next morning, UA was swarmed by news drones and reporters shouting questions. Izumi, do you plan on becoming a pro wrestler too? Are you and Mirko training together daily? Do you know how many fan pages were created overnight? Aizawa had to physically drag Izumi through the crowd, muttering, "Welcome to UA, Usagiyama." The legend of Izumi Usagiyama had only just begun. The sun had barely risen over Mizudafu when the news stations erupted into a frenzy. Social media platforms buzzed like a beehive shaken by God, memes flowing faster than stock tickers. Headlines blared across screens everywhere. Thighs of salvation. Local UA student spawns new religion. Praise be the suplex. The cult of the divine thighs grows stronger. Izumi Usagiyama, hero candidate or goddess incarnate? It started innocently, or as innocently as a viral video of a high school girl crushing Bakugo's head into the ground with her thighs could. An anonymous user had edited the clip with choir music, slow motion effects, and a golden glow radiating from Izumi's body as she delivered the thigh-powered suplex. The video went supernova overnight. Soon, memes turned into fan art turned into a subreddit, and from there, it spiraled. A self-proclaimed group called the Church of the Blessed Compression formed on social media. Their motto, "Only through the pressure of the goddess's thighs may sin be suplexed from the soul." They gathered in online forums, holding mock sermons, creating animated shorts, and spreading doctrine like wildfire. Even local news stations began reporting on the bizarre phenomenon. Channel 7 News, special report. Reporter, in an unexpected turn of events, a small but rapidly growing group has formed what can only be described as a meme-based religion surrounding Izumi Usagiyama, UA college hopeful and niece of Pro Hero Mirko. With us today is their founder, who goes by the username ThighDisciple99. Cut to an overly enthusiastic college student with a makeshift shrine in the background, complete with a bunny plushie, photos of Izumi mid-suplex, and incense burning. ThighDisciple99. We believe Izumi's strength is more than physical, it's spiritual. Her thighs represent justice, balance, and divine compression. She brings peace through power. Back at the Usagiyama apartment, Izumi sat in front of the TV, jaw slightly open, cereal spoon frozen midair. "I'm sorry, what?" she shrieked. Rumi, casually lounging on the couch in a tank top and shorts, sipped from a protein shake with a neutral face. "I mean, you did suplex a dude into the pavement using your thighs. What did you expect, kid?" Izumi buried her face in her hands. "A religion, aunt-Rumi? Really? Could be worse." Rumi smirked. "They could have made a fan club dedicated to your butt." "Oh my God." Later that day, Izumi was contacted by several news outlets for an interview. After deliberation and a lot of teasing from Rumi, she agreed to a sit-down with the least dramatic outlet, Hero Watch Weekly. She arrived dressed sharply but modestly, white button-up, black slacks, and her hair pulled into a high bun. Her muscular frame filled the seat like a professional athlete, and the camera angle didn't help quell the memes. The interviewer, a woman in her 40s, smiled kindly as the segment began. Hero Watch Weekly. Exclusive interview with Izumi Usagiyama. Interviewer. Izumi, first off, congratulations on passing the UA entrance exam. That's no small feat. Izumi. Thank you. I trained hard for it. Interviewer. Now, we have to address the suplex. It's become, well, somewhat iconic. Izumi sighed, chuckling under her breath. "Yeah, I've noticed." Interviewer. "How do you feel about the reaction?" Izumi blinked, then smiled wryly. "I'm not sure how to feel, honestly. I mean, I was just trying to win the exercise. The thighs were just efficient." Interviewer. "Some are calling it divine. There's a church, you know." Izumi groaned. "Please don't remind me." The segment aired to rave viewership, cementing Izumi's rise to fame even before classes at UA had officially begun. In the days that followed, reporters camped outside UA's gates, hoping to catch even a glimpse of the thigh goddess in action. Back home, Rumi sat cross-legged on the balcony railing, phone in hand as she scrolled through the latest memes. "You're famous, brat," she called into the apartment. "I know," Izumi called back from the kitchen, voice muffled as she tried to escape into her protein smoothie. "They're asking me to endorse energy drinks now." Rumi barked a laugh. "Might as well cash in on those thighs of yours." Izumi groaned. "You're not helping." Rumi grinned toothfully. "Helping is overrated." As the sun set on another absurdly chaotic day in Mizutofu, Izumi Usagiyama, future hero, certified thigh icon, and reluctant deity, sank into the couch and sighed. It's going to be a weird year. It was impossible to ignore the media storm swirling around Izumi Usagiyama. Between the footage of her crushing robots with her thighs and the recent emergence of an actual thigh-worshipping cult, UA administration had no choice but to act. The result? Mandatory media training for both Class 1A and 1B. It was an unusually bright morning as the two hero classes gathered in the large, sleek auditorium designed for guest lectures and large presentations. Nizu himself had arranged the session. At the front of the room stood the ever-glamorous, ever-unfiltered hero known as Midnight. Clad in her professional hero outfit with just enough polish to make it clear this was school Midnight and not night patrol Midnight, she grinned at the assembled students. "All right, future pros. Welcome to your first dose of reality. Today's lesson? How to handle the media when it comes at you like a villain in heat. And thanks to a certain student here, we've got plenty of examples." Everyone knew who she was referring to. Izumi sat comfortably in the front row, arms crossed over her toned abs, one eyebrow quirked in vague amusement. Her long legs were stretched out lazily, drawing more than a few stares. Again, Monoma from 1B scoffed. "Why are we even here? Just because Miss Viral Sensation got the media's attention doesn't mean the rest of us need this." Midnight shot him a look that could cut through steel. "Sit down and zip it, Blondie. If one of you goes viral, it affects all of you. UA doesn't operate in a vacuum. So we're going to learn from the best, or the most viral, whichever comes first." The lights dimmed. The projector screen flickered on. A bold title card read, "Case Study, Izumi Usagiyama, from Hero in Training to Media Phenomenon." The first clip was from the entrance exam. Izumi flipping through robots like they were made of paper, ending with her signature move, crushing a massive robot's head between her thighs. Gasps and whistles echoed through the room. "That was kinda hot," Kaminari muttered, not realizing he said it out loud. Mina elbowed him in the ribs, but she herself looked impressed. The next clip showed the fight exercise from All Might's class. The infamous moment where Izumi performed her modified suplex on Bakugo. A perfectly timed angle captured the raw power and flawless execution as Bakugo was driven headfirst into the concrete. Laughter erupted. "That was art," Jairus said, stunned. "It was brutal," muttered Ida, eyes wide. "But effective." Bakugo sat hunched in his seat, seething. "Shut up, extras." The final clips were more serious. Security footage from her attempted kidnappings. Quick flashes of Izumi disabling multiple grown villains with a terrifying mix of efficiency and power. The way she carried herself, utter control, utter confidence, was awe-inspiring. The laughter died down, replaced with hushed silence. Midnight let the quiet hang. "You're going to be heroes. That means you're going to be watched. Every move, every step, every fight. You're always being recorded. By the public, by news crews, by villains." She turned to Izumi. "Miss Usagiyama, care to say a few words?" Izumi stood up slowly, unfazed by the many eyes on her. She ran a hand through her silvery white hair. "You don't train for the camera. You train to win. The camera just happens to be there. If you're doing your job right, people will notice. But if all you care about is what people say online, you'll lose when it really counts." Momo looked thoughtful. Spoken like a pro already. Midnight nodded. "Well said. Now, let's break into groups and start your first simulation. We'll have mock interviews, viral scenario breakdowns, and reputation management drills. Oh, and yes, there will be embarrassing outtakes." Groans echoed through the room, but there was a spark of excitement too. As the students broke off into their respective activities, Midnight leaned back with a sly smile. By the way, Izumi, I heard that new cult is making t-shirts with your thigh print. You might want to trademark that. Izumi smirked. Already did. Rumi, watching from the observation room with Nizu, barked a laugh. That's my niece. Nizu sipped his tea. You know, at this rate, we may need to install a chapel on campus. Rumi rolled her eyes. Just make sure they don't sacrifice any dumbass. The screen faded to black as the media training chaos continued. The buzz surrounding Izumi Usagiyama's thighs had somehow refused to die down. If anything, the media storm had only grown in strength, drawing in thigh enthusiasts from across the country, giving rise to the unofficial fan name, Usagi Legs Cult. The mere mention of her name caused camera shutters to flutter like butterfly wings, and her god-tier physique had become a national phenomenon. It was no surprise then that the second round of media training for classes 1A and 1B would be colorful. All right, brats. Midnight began, striding into the room like a runway model at a leather convention. She wore her usual outfit, one that screamed dimps and drama. But today, she also wore a pair of bunny ears. For morale, she said with a wink when Aizawa raised an eyebrow. The students were already seated, a mix of anticipation and dread on their faces. Izumi sat in the back, trying to look inconspicuous despite her towering height and the fact that her muscles bulged through her uniform like a Greek statue come to life. Today, we'll be doing part 2 of your media training, Midnight announced. And yes, there will be more footage. This time, she grinned mischievously. We're going full viral. She dimmed the lights. The projector screen whirred to life. And then, boom, the now infamous footage played. Izumi mid-combat. She leapt. Her thighs gleamed in the sunlight like sculpted marble. And then, Bakugo's head was suplexed into the ground so hard it created a crater. Everyone went silent. Kaijise, Midnight purred, pausing the footage. Those thighs are a national treasure. Kaminari's hand shot up. Sensei, is it true someone tried to sell a plush version of Izumi's legs on the black market? They sure did, Midnight said proudly. It was shut down, but not before a few sold. One fetched 700,000 yen. Izumi groaned and buried her face in her hands. I hate everything. Mina, grinning ear to ear, leaned over. You know it's bad when your thighs have a resale value. Midnight flipped to another slide. It featured a news anchor dramatically reenacting the suplex with dolls and slow-motion commentary. There were sound effects, dramatic lighting, even fake sparks. Notice, Midnight said, pointing, how your body language stayed confident. Strong eye contact, no flinching from the cameras. This is what we call owning the moment. Izumi whimpered. I want to disappear. Don't be shy, Izumi, Midnight laughed. Celebrities suffer worse. Just wait until someone writes a fan song about you. Someone already did, Jiru said, holding up her phone. It's called Crush Me Between Your Justice. It's a rock ballad. No, Izumi MMM. Midnight resumed the presentation with even more enthusiasm. Now, how we handle press questions about, say, your strength, poise, and how you maintain your thigh game. She gestured to the whiteboard. Written on it in large letters. Media phrases to own the meme. I suggest responding with humor, she said. For example, my thighs are built on justice, carrots, and protein shakes. Everyone burst out laughing. Can we trademark that? Kirishima asked. We're trying, Midnight answered. The rest of the session turned into a series of mock interviews. Each student had to interview Izumi, with the sole caveat that at least one question had to be about her thighs. Miss Usagiyama, Ida asked seriously, what is the ideal rep range for developing quads that can crush steel? 50 reps, 3 sets, uphill sprint finishers, Izumi grumbled. Miss Usagiyama, Mina said in a fake voice, what are your thoughts on the people who claim you're too powerful to be real? I'd tell them to ask Bakugo's skull. Ugh. The class erupted. The training ended with a fake press conference, during which Midnight kept score of who could make Izumi blush the most. Momo won by referring to Izumi as the thigh that walks. When the bell rang, the students staggered out, still chuckling. Another media storm's coming, Izumi muttered. Rumi, waiting just outside the classroom, grinned. What did you do now, SQR? Nothing, Izumi groaned. But apparently my thighs are a movement. Rumi slapped her back with pride. Hell yeah, they are. And with that, the legend of the Usagiyama thighs continued to grow. It started as a joke, a mere meme on the internet that spiraled far out of anyone's control. But now, here they were, students of the most prestigious hero college in Japan, kneeling during algebra, arms raised to the heavens like they were channeling divine power from an ancient force. All hail the divine quadriceps, one student whispered reverently, raising a handmade sigil that looked suspiciously like two meaty thighs drawn in marker on notebook paper. The teacher, an adjunct math instructor not used to teaching future heroes, paused mid-equation and stared at the unfolding madness. Half of Class 1 was on the floor, chanting in unison. Power from above, squeezeth thy foes, plant them in soil. Thus speaks the high thigh priestess. Izumi Usagiyama, the cause of this chaos, sat stiffly at her desk, her face as red as a tomato as she tried to melt into her chair. Please stop, she whispered. Please, I'm begging you. I just want to learn trigonometry. But no one heard her over the booming voice of Denki Kaminari, who had declared himself the thigh-evangelist of Revelation, and was now throwing confetti while quoting fake holy scripture. Midnight, who had been peeking through the classroom window with a coffee cup in hand, snorted so hard she spilled it all over her blouse. I told Niza this would happen. I told him, you put a goddess in a school and don't expect worship? Rookie mistake. Meanwhile, Rumi Usagiyama had been watching the news during patrol, where a new poll titled, Do You Believe in Thygology? Had 43% of respondents answering yes, 22% maybe, 18% not sure, and 17% refusing to answer due to internal conflict. I trained her too well, Rumi muttered proudly. Too DMN well. Back at UA, Aizawa entered the room, tired as usual, blinked at the makeshift altar made from two weighted training ball and a pair of bunny ears, sighed deeply, and walked right back out without a word. We have been seen by the heretic slayer, screamed Mineta, who had somehow become the cult's reluctant mascot. Izumi, still trying to cover her face, muttered, This is my life now. I suplex one guy with my thighs, and suddenly I'm the Messiah. Yamomo leaned over and whispered, Honestly, it's a little inspiring. No, it's not, Izumi growled. Across campus, another club had formed, titled Thygology Society 2.0, complete with robes, weekly meetings, and a mission to spread the good word of the gospel according to Izumi's glutes. Somewhere in the staff room, Nizu was quietly sipping tea, watching the footage on his tablet with a serene smile. Truly, we are entering a new era of heroism. The day started off deceptively normal. Class 1A was abuzz with excitement and speculation as they boarded the bus to the USJ, short for Unforeseen Simulation Joint, a state-of-the-art disaster training facility. I heard it has a shipwreck zone and a landslide simulator. Kaminari exclaimed. I heard it's also a place where we get to test our rescue skills, Yarozu added, ever the responsible one. Izumi Usagiyama sat calmly near the back of the bus, her large frame taking up a seat and a half. She leaned against the window, earbuds in, idly twirling a carrot-flavored protein bar between her fingers. Honestly, I hope something interesting happens, she muttered to herself. As luck would have it, something very interesting did happen. USJ arrival. The students were greeted by 13, the rescue hero, and Aizawa-sensei, who explained the purpose of the facility. Everything was going smoothly until the lights flickered. Then a swirling, ominous black mist formed at the center of the arena. Aizawa's eyes narrowed. Everyone get back. That's not part of the simulation. Dozens of villains began pouring out of the mist, members of the League of Villains. Villains? Uraraka gasped. Real ones? Here, Ida exclaimed. But amidst the chaos, an unexpected reaction came from the invading force. That's her, the thigh goddess. I want her to plant me into the pavement. Crush me, you appealing beast. Half the villains dropped their weapons, raising their arms in reverence as they stared at Izumi with stars in their eyes. Shigaraki twitched violently, scratching at his neck. You know what? Same. She's got legendary thighs. but we still have a job to do. Kurojiri sighed. Sir, this is highly unprofessional. Chaos and cultists. The classroom quickly split up, some being warped into various disaster zones. Izumi was left with Aizawa, 13, and a few others at the entrance. A group of rogue villains charged at her. They were shouting things like, "Bless me with your suplex. I offer myself as a sacrifice to Thai-sama. May your quadriceps never cramp." Izumi blinked. Okay, this is officially the weirdest Tuesday of my life. Thwack, crack, boom. One by one, she incapacitated them with precise, brutal grace. Her legs moved like pistons, and the sound of bone meeting reinforced spandex filled the air. One villain had his head gently, reverently, inserted into the concrete via a flying thigh suplex. 13 and Aizawa looked on, stunned. I've seen a lot of things, Aizawa said, but this is new. The beast arrives. Suddenly, a tremor shook the arena. Boom, boom, boom. Emerging from a warp gate came a hulking creature, 7 feet tall, black muscle-bound skin, exposed brain tissue, and glowing yellow eyes. That is the Nomu, Kurojiri announced. Bioengineered to kill All Might. Shigaraki pointed lazily. But today it's going to kill the Thigh Queen. Or maybe ask for an autograph, depending on how it feels. Izumi cracked her neck. Big guy, huh? Finally, a workout. She stepped forward, wind blowing her white rabbit hair around her shoulders. The Noma growled, and then they charged. The League of Villains had picked the wrong day, the wrong place, and especially the wrong rabbit girl to mess with. Their attack on the USJ facility had already descended into farce as villain after villain eagerly threw themselves at Izumi Usagiyama, not out of some strategic malice, but out of a fanatical obsession. The air inside the ruined USJ amphitheater crackled with tension as Izumi Usagiyama faced off against the League of Villains' ultimate trump card, the Nomu. A creature of pure power, designed specifically to kill All Might. But it wasn't facing All Might today. It was facing her. Target identified, the Nomu growled, muscle-bound frame shifting. Rabbit mutation. Engaging. Izumi flexed her hands, her massive frame dwarfing most students and even several pro heroes. The mock villain cultists were already out cold, most of them still smiling, muttering reverently about divine contact. But the Noma didn't care for cults. It cared only for destruction. It charged. Izumi didn't flinch. In an explosion of movement, the two clashed in the center of the arena. Shockwaves rippled from their collision. Noma swung a monstrous arm. Izumi ducked, twisting around, grabbed it by the waist, and hurled it overhead with the kind of suplex that could shatter tectonic plates. Boom! The Nomu cratered the ground. It twitched and stood up. Of course it did. Izumi muttered, brushing rubble off her shoulder. Again, they collided. Again, Izumi flipped the Nomu into the ground with a thunderous crash, this time twisting her hips mid-air to add torque. But the creature healed. Every time, it got up faster, stronger, more aggressive. A lesser person would have been scared. Not Izumi. She was annoyed. All right, big guy, she growled. You're durable, but let's see if that healing quirk of yours can handle this. She dodged another swipe, launched into the air, came down, and caught the Nomu in mid-charge, legs snapping around its head like twin granite pillars. Then she squeezed. The Nomu let out a sound that was halfway between a roar and a panicked gargle. Students from afar watched in stunned silence. Oh my God, Kaminari whispered. She's doing it, Mina gasped. She's gonna grape it. Kirishima cried. Is this legal? Ida yelled, adjusting his glasses frantically. Only in some prefectures came a solemn response from Aizawa, who didn't blink. The Nomu flailed, arms trying to escape, but Izumi's thighs did not yield. Pressure built, bones cracked, and with a sickening crunch, the Nomu's skull caved in like a watermelon at a summer picnic. The entire area went silent. Then, as if on cue, a random villain shouted from across the battlefield. I volunteer as tribute. Another voice chimed in. Take me next, Rabbit Empress. Shigaraki, watching from above, scratched his neck awkwardly. Respect. Izumi stood, Nomu's twitching body slumped beside her. She cracked her neck, then turned toward the villains. "Who's next?" she asked, voice low, dangerous, and way too enticing for several villains to handle. Several threw down their weapons and knelt. "All hail the Thigh Goddess! Praise be her crushing embrace!" Hirojiri, horrified, tried to portal them away, but even he hesitated as he watched Izumi plant her foot on the Nomu's chest like a conqueror. Tamura muttered, "We should retreat." Shigaraki nodded. "Yeah, before I catch feelings." The cleanup would take hours. The therapy sessions for the kneeling villains? Months. But one thing was now certain across Japan. The legend of Izumi Usagiyama's thighs had only just begun. The aftermath of the USJ attack was a whirlwind of paperwork, trauma recovery, and an avalanche of media frenzy that would put a celebrity scandal to shame. Recovery Girl was in overdrive, patching up the bruised and battered students while muttering under her breath about kids these days having no self-preservation instincts. Aizawa, still heavily bandaged and with one arm in a sling, sat in the teacher's lounge watching the live news coverage with the kind of deadpan expression that could SCK the joy out of a birthday party. His eyes twitched slightly when the footage switched to a slow-motion replay of Izumi Usagiyama leaping into the air, spinning mid-air, and landing her signature move, her now infamous modified suplex, on the Nomu. The footage paused dramatically on the moment Izumi's thighs locked around the Nomu's skull like a hydraulic press from hell, followed by a crunch that echoed over the battlefield like the cracking of a walnut. That girl suplexed the Nomu into the ground repeatedly, then crushed its skull like it owed her money. Present Mike whispered, slack-jawed beside him. "I knew the kid was strong, but that's just excessive," added Vlad King, equal parts horrified and impressed. "She's like a fluffy tank with thighs forged in the fires of a leg day that never ends," murmured Midnight, fanning herself with a printout of the UA student roster. Outside the school, the media was in an absolute feeding frenzy. News vans surrounded UA like vultures around a buffet. The footage of Izumi crushing the Nomu had already gone viral, complete with dramatic music edits, anime-style replays, and even a few meme compilations titled, "When Thighs Speak Louder Than Words." An impromptu press conference was hastily thrown together on UA's front steps. Principal Nizu, in all his composed rodent glory, stood at the podium, flanked by Aizawa and a very annoyed Izumi. "We would like to reassure the public that all students are safe and accounted for, and we are cooperating with authorities to investigate the League of Villains," Nizu began calmly. A reporter shoved a microphone forward. "Principal Nizu, can you confirm the footage of Miss Usagiyama using her thighs to destroy the Nomu's head is real?" Izumi, standing there in her scorched PE uniform, arms crossed and ears twitching, groaned audibly. "Yes, it's real. Yes, I crushed it. Can we move on now?" Another reporter piped up. "Izumi, what do you say to the claims that your thighs are now legally considered weapons of mass destruction?" "I say whoever made that claim needs therapy." The press laughed. Meanwhile, back in class 1, a student sat in awe. Kirishima clutched his desk. "Bro, that was the manliest thing I've ever seen. I think I felt my masculinity leave my body." Mina gasped. "Did you see how she cracked that thing's head open like a melon? That was savage." Todoroki stared ahead, utterly neutral. "She's strong. So you blinked slowly." "Ribbit. I think that Nomu was into it." For a minute, even Bakugo, currently recovering in the infirmary, grumbled through his bandages, "Freakin' rabbit brawler show off," though everyone heard the reluctant respect in his voice. At home, Rumi watched the same footage on her big screen TV, sipping carrot juice and smirking with pride. "That's my girl," she said, kicking her feet up. "Next time she better flip the entire league of villains like that." She paused, then narrowed her eyes. "Also, who the hell keeps trying to kidnap her? I swear, one more idiot gets near her, and I'm going feral." As the day drew to a close, the internet continued exploding with reactions, theories, and tributes to the warrior bunny of UA. A trending hashtag emerged by sundown. Hashtag Thighs of Justice. And somewhere, in a dark, villainous hideout, Shigaraki stared at the footage, scratching his neck with an odd expression. Kirojiri, he rasped. Yes, Tamura Shigaraki? I think I get it now. The morning sun gleamed through the windows of UA's media training room, casting a warm glow on the awkward yet highly anticipated second round of lessons for Class 1A. This time, the class was bracing for something they'd all been dreading since their first encounter with the media. More of Midnight's training. And by training, they all knew what she meant. The students, now fully grown adults with their quirks honed to their absolute peak, were mostly tired from the constant waves of media attention they were receiving. They had all learned to live with it, except for one thing: the Izumi Usagiyama thigh phenomenon. Izumi, now 19, was ready for yet another round of media insanity, but even she didn't know just how bad it was going to get. Standing tall, her 6 feet 4 inches frame proudly on display, she had adjusted to the absurdity of fame. Still, that didn't mean she was prepared for what Midnight had in store for them this time. Midnight, her signature purple outfit flashing like a beacon, strode in with a stack of paperwork in her hands. All right, class, gather around. I'm sure you're all excited to continue this media training, especially considering our recent, viral success, she said, her voice dripping with mischievous delight. I'm sure some of you have seen the clips making their rounds on the news. Yes, I'm talking about you, Izumi, Midnight purred, winking dramatically. The Nomu incident was quite a spectacle, especially your finishing move. Izumi's face flushed a little at the mention of her legendary suplex, though she did her best to maintain her composure. Can we just get to the training? She groaned, her shoulders slumping slightly. Training, yes. Midnight nodded, ignoring Izumi's discomfort. But first, a little warm-up. Let's revisit some of your famous moments. We'll start with the best one. Roll the footage, please. The overhead screen flickered to life, and suddenly, Izumi's infamous suplex was playing in full, high-definition glory. The video began with her effortlessly dodging the Nomu's crushing blows before locking it in. And then, bam! Izumi's muscular thighs locked around the Nomu's head like a vice, her strength compressing its skull with a sickening crunch. The room went dead silent for a moment before Midnight's laughter filled the space. This is what people love about you, Izumi. Look at that form, she exclaimed, clapping her hands. And those thighs, amazing. Truly amazing. The entire class shifted uncomfortably, their faces flushed. Bakugo crossed his arms, scowling. I'll never be able to look at my own legs the same. Way again. Izumi shot him a look of mild exasperation. But before she could respond, Midnight continued. Okay, I know this is awkward, but you all need to get used to the attention. You're heroes now. And heroes, well, heroes make an impact. A big, bold one, Midnight said, smiling widely. She then gestured to the screen again. Let's take a look at some reactions from the public. The screen flickered again, and now clips from various news outlets began playing. One video showed a group of elderly women in a nursing home, their eyes glued to the screen. Oh, bless her heart. Look at those thighs, one of them shouted. Another clip showed a street vendor raising his hand in the air and yelling, Thighs of justice. Izumi pinched the bridge of her nose, trying to suppress her frustration. I can't believe this is happening, she muttered. Look at the crowds cheering. Midnight continued with glee. See, Izumi? You got a fan base. They love you. Izumi's face turned a shade darker, and her hands tightened into fists. I can't believe this is my life now, she groaned. I didn't even want to be famous. I just wanted to be a hero. Welcome to the world of superheroes, Midnight teased. Now, let's move on to some important lessons. First things first, you need to own your moment. And that's where the suplex comes in. You can't just go around crushing people's heads between your thighs without a little showmanship, you know? Izumi blinked. Showmanship? Exactly, Midnight said. Every time you use those thighs of yours, you have to give the people what they want. Maybe throw in a wink. Maybe give a little nod to the camera. You know, make them feel like they witnessed something special. Izumi felt her face heat up again, but before she could object, Midnight clicked on her remote, and the next clip popped up. This time, it was a video of Shigaraki Tamura, leader of the League of Villains, watching the footage of her suplex. I don't know what's more terrifying, Shigaraki said on screen. adjusting his gloves as he watched her head-crushing move. That this woman can literally crush my skull, or that I kind of wish she would. The screen cut to Izumi, her expression one of complete confusion. Wait, what? Why does he wish I'd crush his skull? She muttered aloud. Bakugo snorted. Guess he's a freak. There's no other explanation. I don't even want to know. Ida muttered from his seat, his glasses practically fogging up from the cringe. Midnight leaned in, clearly enjoying herself. But that's the point, class. Whether they love you or hate you, they're paying attention. And that's what counts. Now, let's go over how you'll handle the next big headline. I can't even... Izumi started, but was cut off by the ringing of her phone. It was a news station. She stared at the caller ID for a moment. Please tell me they're not about to do another interview. The class erupted into laughter. Look, Izumi, Midnight said, trying and failing to suppress her own giggles. When you have thighs like yours, the world needs to know. Izumi sighed dramatically, but she couldn't help but crack a smile. Yeah, I guess they do. All right, everyone. Midnight clapped her hand again. Let's go over how to handle the press, including those strange, very peculiar requests they might make regarding Izumi's thighs. Everyone get ready. Izumi's phone rang again, and she sighed. This was her life now. She looked at her classmates with a smirk. You know, this is way more complicated than I thought it would be. And with that, the absurdity continued, much to the enjoyment and embarrassment of everyone involved. The morning sun had barely risen when Class 1A shuffled into the classroom, their eyes still heavy with sleep. The usual hum of chatter faded as Aizawa, ever the stoic and perpetually tired teacher, walked into the room with his usual disinterested expression. Class, Aizawa began, his voice surprisingly chipper, though it was clear he had already been through a lot of paperwork and a lack of sleep. We're about to enter one of the most important events of the year. I'm sure you all know what's coming next. The students exchanged curious glances, most of them wondering what the next major event would be. Some were excited, others less so. But before anyone could voice their questions, Aizawa spoke again. The UA Sports Festival is coming up. The entire city will be watching, so it's time to prepare yourselves, he said, his eyes scanning the room. He paused for dramatic effect, giving his words more weight than they probably deserved. This year, we have a special sponsor. The students blinked in confusion. Who's sponsoring the festival, sir? Midoriya asked, raising a hand. Aizawa didn't answer immediately. He stood at the front of the classroom and reached into his jacket pocket, pulling out a small pamphlet. It was heavily printed with bold lettering. Sponsored by Izumi Usagiyama's thighs, Aizawa said, his voice deadpan, though there was a glint of sarcasm hidden in his eyes. The class collectively groaned. Rumi, sitting near the front of the classroom, chuckled and crossed her arms, a smirk spreading across her face. Of course, Izumi's thighs really are taking over the world. Izumi buried her face in her hands, her cheeks burning with embarrassment. I can't believe they're actually putting my thighs on merchandise. This is insane. Yeah, well, you've got the power, so why not flaunt it? Bakugo muttered under his breath, though he couldn't help but show a tiny amount of respect in his words. Izumi had proven herself 1,000 times over, after all. Aizawa sighed and let the pamphlet fall to the desk. You'll all be seeing a lot of this in the coming days. Merchandise of Izumi's distinctive assets will be everywhere. The marketing team really went all in on this one. Class 1A looked at each other, trying to process this new development. Is there anything that doesn't have her thighs on it? Todoroki asked, his usual calm tone laced with confusion. Aizawa picked up his coffee mug, taking a slow sip. Just wait until you see it for yourselves. The classroom went silent, except for the faint rustling of papers. As the tension built, Aizawa simply added, "You'll be seeing it soon enough." The next day, the streets of Mizudafu were practically transformed into a shrine to Izumi's thighs. Everywhere you looked, there was some form of merchandise featuring the muscular legs that had made her famous. From the casual fan to die-hard enthusiasts, Izumi Usagiyama's thighs were the topic of conversation. Shirts, posters, mugs, keychains, and even action figures of Izumi, all emblazoned with the unmistakable image of her thighs in various dynamic poses, were flying off the shelves at every corner store. In fact, it seemed like the entire city was suddenly obsessed with her legendary legs. The most popular items were the Thigh Power t-shirts, which boasted the slogan, "Feel the Thigh Quake." One particularly popular item was the Thigh Squash Stress Ball, a squishy replica of Izumi's muscular thighs, designed for those who needed a bit of stress relief. The official website for the sports festival had even taken things further with limited edition Izumi thigh figurines, each one meticulously designed to capture every inch of her perfectly sculpted legs. At the local cafe, fans were sipping on Thighquake Frappuccinos, a beverage marketed by the UA students' very own corporate team. The drink came with a special twist. It was served in a cup that featured Izumi's legs on the cup, with a special crushing lid that, when pressed, released a faint crunch sound. It was a bit odd, but apparently the public loved it. In every corner of Mizudafu, there was a celebration of Izumi's thighs. The entire city seemed to be preparing for the upcoming sports festival, and more than ever, the attention was focused on Izumi. In fact, rumors had begun to swirl that Izumi was going to wear special thigh-themed merch during the festival itself. The speculation was wild. Back at UA, the students of Class 1A were no less stunned by the sheer magnitude of it all. As they sat in their homeroom, the buzz of the media outside could be heard faintly, filling the air with an eerie, almost surreal energy. Izumi, still recovering from her earlier humiliation, sighed and leaned back in her chair, rubbing her temples. "This is insane. I didn't sign up for this level of attention." Rumi, sitting next to her, grinned mischievously. "Oh, come on, you're basically a walking billboard for thigh justice now. It's hilarious. They even made a pillow of your thighs, complete with a thigh protection warranty." Izumi groaned and buried her face in her arms. "I can't believe this is happening. This is too much. You're a celebrity, Izumi." Mina chimed in, holding up a t-shirt that proudly displayed Izumi's legs in a superhero pose. "Look, they even have thighs of justice printed on it." "Great. Now I'm a symbol of justice because of my legs," Izumi muttered. "It's just I don't know what's worse," Ciro added, looking at the outrageous amount of thigh-based merchandise. "The fact that Izumi's thighs have become an international icon, or that I actually kind of want one of those stress balls. I think it's worse that there's a literal cult following you now," Ida added solemnly, adjusting his glasses. "People even started showing up to school in full cosplay of your thighs. I saw one guy with a full Thighquake costume." "There's no way," Izumi deadpanned, her face a mix of embarrassment and disbelief. "Yeah, it's honestly kind of terrifying," Todoroki muttered, looking out the window at the constant parade of fans on the streets. "I never thought I'd see something like this in my life." Rumi smiled again, clearly amused. "Well, get used to it. The festival's going to be a big one." Izumi sighed and put her hands on her hips, looking at her friends in the classroom. "At least I'll get to prove myself at the sports festival. I'll show them that I'm more than just my thighs, that I'm a hero." The class laughed, though Izumi wasn't sure if they were laughing with her or at her. The day before the UA Sports Festival, the excitement had reached a fever pitch. News stations were reporting live from the streets of Mizudafu, all eagerly speculating about the impact the festival would have on not just the students, but also the general public. And most importantly, everyone was still buzzing about one thing: Izumi Usagiyama's thighs. As the city awaited the grand event, it was clear that this would be a sports festival like no other. Izumi was ready, though not entirely sure what to expect. She just knew one thing: this year's competition was going to be wild. The buzz in the air was electric as the students of Class 1A gathered in the grand stadium of the UA Sports Festival. The seats were packed with spectators, from enthusiastic fans to the occasional professional hero, all waiting to see the next generation of heroes showcase their abilities. With the first event, the obstacle race, just around the corner, the stadium was alive with anticipation. Izumi, standing among her classmates, could feel the weight of the eyes upon her. The pressure of being not just a student at UA, but also the face of the festival, sponsored by none other than her own legendary thighs, was almost overwhelming. Despite the weirdly overwhelming attention on her, she couldn't let it distract her. This was her moment to prove that she was more than just her fame, more than just her thighs. She was going to show them she was capable, and she wasn't going to let any of the wildness around her steal that from her. Aizawa stood off to the side, keeping his usual disinterested gaze trained on the students as they prepared. Midnight, who had been a fixture in all the media training, stepped forward with her usual mischievous smile. "It's time, everyone," Midnight announced, her voice smooth, sultry, and full of energy, just like always. Before we get started with the events, we'll begin with the Sportsmanship Pledge. Every year, it's a tradition that we all recite it together. This is about respect, honor, and, most importantly, fairness. Izumi blinked in confusion as the rest of the students stood a little straighter. They all knew what was coming, and despite the occasional jokes and playful teasing, the Sportsmanship Pledge was one of those rare moments when the entire competition felt serious. It was about more than just showing off. It was about upholding the values of being a hero. Izumi took a deep breath, standing tall, though she couldn't help but feel a slight twinge of embarrassment. In front of so many people, she wasn't just going to be known for her quirk or her thighs. She had to show them who she was as a person, too. Midnight glanced at her with a playful smile. "Izumi, why don't you lead us off with a pledge? I'm sure you've got enough fans out there watching who will appreciate it." The crowd murmured in excitement as Izumi's name was mentioned, and a few cheers rang out from the stands. Her face flushed even more, but she refused to let the attention shake her. She stepped forward, raising her right hand as everyone around her followed suit. "I pledge to compete with respect and honor," Izumi began, her voice carrying across the stadium, "to uphold the ideals of fairness and to show the true meaning of sportsmanship. I promise to push my limits, to stand as a hero for all, and to inspire others through my actions." The crowd fell silent, listening to the weight of her words. Izumi's eyes hardened with determination as she finished the pledge, feeling the weight of the moment sink in. "To prove that no matter how strong the odds, we can all rise together," she said, voice unwavering. "I pledge this as a hero. For everyone. For my thighs." A ripple of applause followed her words, though a few stifled chuckles could be heard in the back of the crowd. Izumi took a deep breath, feeling herself steadied by the small but meaningful moment. It wasn't just about her thighs, no matter how the world saw her. It was about her heart, her spirit, and today, she was going to show them what that meant. "That was great, Izumi," Midnight said, her voice a mix of approval and playful teasing. "All right, everyone, it's time for the first event." As Midnight walked over to a large, ominous wheel that stood at the edge of the stadium stage, the students of Class 1, they couldn't help but look on in a mixture of excitement and confusion. The wheel was massive, filled with slots labeled with different colors and numbers. Each slot was assigned to one of the events in the obstacle race, but no one quite knew how it worked yet. They'd all been warned that it was an important part of the festival's tradition. A loud click echoed through the stadium as Midnight spun the wheel with dramatic flair. The wheel spun faster and faster, the colorful sections blurring together until it finally slowed down. The crowd was on edge, holding their breath as the wheel ticked toward its final stopping point. And then, with a loud clunk, the wheel came to a stop. Everyone's eyes widened in shock as the label came into view. "Minds and Thigh Quake," Midnight read, her voice ringing with theatrical enthusiasm. "Huh, that's an interesting combo. Looks like it's a full obstacle race with a bit of a dangerous twist." Izumi's heart sank into her stomach, and the entire class exchanged looks of confusion. "Minds?" Kaminari asked, looking toward Aizawa. "What does that even mean?" Aizawa rubbed his temples, his tired expression shifting to one of reluctant amusement. "Well, it means you'll all be running through an obstacle course that includes landmines." The students gasped, but Midnight wasn't done. "Oh, and don't forget the twist. You'll also be dealing with a thigh quake effect, sponsored by none other than our very own Izumi Usagiyama's thighs." She paused dramatically. "That means the course will periodically shake, creating new challenges for our contestants to navigate. You'll need to keep your balance and focus if you want to make it to the finish line without getting trapped. The crowd roared with excitement as the spectacle began to sink in. The students, who had been preparing for a typical obstacle race, were now dealing with an unpredictable, chaotic course that could end in disaster if they weren't careful. Izumi sighed and looked at her classmates, who were staring at her with a mix of surprise and awe. "Well, looks like my thighs are really taking over everything, huh?" "You weren't kidding about the whole thigh quake thing," Kirishima said, grinning. "Looks like we're all going to have a hard time keeping up with you now." "Great, now I get to be the center of attention even more," Izumi grumbled, crossing her arms. But there was a hint of a smile on her face. She wasn't going to let this shake her resolve. The rest of Class 1A was in for one wild ride, and she wasn't going to let them down. The obstacle race itself was about to begin, and the students were lining up, each preparing for the challenges that lay ahead. As the announcer's voice echoed across the stadium, calling for everyone to take their places, the roar of the crowd grew louder. Izumi glanced to her right and saw her classmates exchanging excited whispers. There was a visible tension in the air. This wasn't just about showing off their quirk. This was about surviving the ultimate test of endurance, skill, and strength. Izumi, however, couldn't help but chuckle as she looked around. This was her moment to shine. Not as the girl with the legendary thighs, but as someone who had worked her entire life to get to this point. No one was going to stop her now. With a confident smirk, she stepped forward, ready for the chaos to begin. The sports festival was about to start, and Izumi was going to show them all why she deserved to be here. The gunshot cracked across the stadium like thunder, signaling the start of the obstacle race. Before the sound had even fully echoed, Izumi was gone in a blur of motion, a sonic boom in her wake as she launched forward with terrifying speed and graceful precision. The other students were still registering the start when Izumi had already cleared the first 20 meters. "Was that teleportation?" Kaminari yelled, wind whipping his bangs upward. "No, bro," Kirishima muttered in awe. "That was just her thighs." The first major hurdle, the Robo Inferno bots, stood ready to crush anyone bold enough to charge head-on. Metal giants with flame-throwing appendages roared to life. Izumi leapt straight into the air with a pirouette that defied physics, twisting mid-flight. Her legs clamped onto one bot's head, the sheer pressure of her thighs crushing its central processor in a single snap. "Oh my god, she thigh-snapped that robot," someone in the stand screamed. "Give it up for the thunder, thighs of UA." Present Mike roared into the mic. Izumi landed like a goddess of war, and without a pause, sprinted past the remaining bots. Behind her, Todoroki froze them, Bakugo blew them up, and the rest of the class scrambled to survive. Next up were the canyon ravines, deep, terrifying gaps that required both agility and guts. Izumi didn't even slow down. She launched herself across them in leaps so massive they could only be described as thigh-powered flight. The final challenge? The infamous minefield. Where others slowed to a crawl, carefully picking their way forward, Izumi changed the game. She flipped onto her hands, using momentum to scissor kick forward like an acrobat. The force of her movement triggered a few minds, but she spun with such speed, the explosions propelled her faster. Even Midnight clutched the rail of her announcer platform in amazement. "Look at her go. My sweet, merciless thighs incarnate." One final leap over a triple mine cluster sent Izumi soaring through the finish line with her arms crossed, legs locked mid-air in an elegant split. Boom! The crowd went feral. A banner unfurled from the press box, reading, "All hail the supreme thighs." Izumi landed, brushing dust from her UA gym uniform. Her thighs flexed slightly with each movement, and the stadium trembled from collective hysteria. Somewhere in the crowd, a man proposed to a life-size cardboard cutout of her. With the rest of the students slowly trudging across the finish line in various states of trauma, Midnight stepped forward to announce the next event. "Now that we've all recovered from that high-speed massacre of physics and metal," she said, twirling a microphone, "let's move on to the Wheel of Destiny." Once again, the giant will stood tall. Everyone knew it was rigged. Midnight had subtly kicked it into a pre-decided groove the second her heel touched the base. The wheel clunked ominously. Cavalry battle. Oh yes, Midnight purred. A fan favorite. Time to test your ability to work together or betray everyone you know for points. Don't worry, it's just like friendship, but with war. A large board popped up behind her displaying the rankings. Izumi's name glittered with a dazzling gold crown icon next to it. Her point headband? A whopping 10 million points. Todoroki choked on his water. Bakugo screamed in rage. Mineta fainted. Izumi sighed and rubbed her forehead. I didn't ask for this. From somewhere in the stands, someone shouted, "Those thighs are worth 1,000,000 points each." Izumi narrowed her eyes and whispered to herself, "This is my life now, huh?" As the teams began to form, people scrambled like the floor was lava to align themselves with or against her. She stood calm, watching chaos unfold around her. Kirishima approached cautiously. So, you thinking of forming a team, or? Izumi grinned. Sure, but I drive. As students formed up and tactical murmurs filled the stadium, one thought prevailed across every brain. Who would be brave enough to take on the thighs? The crowd roared as the cavalry battle began. With Izumi Usagiyama, High Priestess of the Church of Thighs, as she was now jokingly dubbed across the internet, leading her team into the fray, expectations were sky high. Izumi's team was a powerhouse. Riding atop her shoulders was Ochiko Uraraka, giddy and slightly terrified to be so high up. Supporting Izumi at her flanks were Tenya Ida and Tokoyami, both deeply committed to their role in Team Thinado. Ida brought speed and precision, Tokoyami offered strategy and utility, and Izumi, well, she was the engine, the spearhead, and the god-tier thighs, powering them through battle. Team Thinado moves out. Ochiko shouted, laughing despite herself. The moment the whistle blew, Izumi exploded into motion. The battlefield, crowded with scrambling teams and eager contenders, practically parted around her like she was Moses and the other students were the Red Sea. Her powerful strides and agility allowed her to twist, flip, and barrel roll through the chaos. Her thighs clenched like steel cables each time she vaulted over obstacles or spun on a dime to avoid incoming attacks. Bakugo, on his own team, tried to intercept them at one point. "You're mine, Usagiyama." Izumi just smirked. "You sure you want to end up planet again, Boom Boy?" He went for an aerial blast. She leapt, spun like a ballerina possessed, and let her legs wrap around the incoming Bakugo in midair. A collective gasp echoed through the arena. "Oh my God, she's doing the suplex again." Present Mike screamed. "No, she's reloading the Thinado." Midnight shrieked with glee. Bakugo was deposited headfirst into a haystack someone had inexplicably left on the field. Izumi didn't stop. She landed gracefully and surged onward. Their strategy was airtight. Ochiko used her gravity powers to lighten their gear. Ida boosted them with precision dashes. Tokoyami fended off incoming teams with Dark Shadow. But it was Izumi who was the unshakable core, her balance unbreakable, her pace unmatched. Time dwindled down. Only one team had the 10 million point headband. "Time!" Midnight shouted, bringing the event to an end. And the winners are Team Thinado. The stadium practically quaked with applause. Cameras zoomed in on Izumi, who had hoisted Ochiko into the air in celebration. Uraraka, overwhelmed, squealed happily and waved the headband like a trophy. The Church of Thighs has prevailed yet again. Present Mike cackled. After a well-earned 30-minute lunch break, which included a vendor selling Thinado tacos and another trying to sell a very questionable leg day-themed protein shake called Izumilk, the students returned to the field. Midnight stood center stage with a massive, definitely rigged, overly dramatic wheel of fate. "All right, kids," she purred. "Now that we've warmed up, it's time for the part we've all been waiting for. The one-on-one tournament." She spun the wheel. It immediately landed on 1v1 tournament, flashing in hot pink neon letters with tiny fireworks shooting from the edges. "Wow." Izumi deadpanned, arms crossed. "What are the odds?" Midnight grinned. "Crazy, right?" The brackets appeared on the massive screens. showing randomized matchups. The crowd leaned forward with anticipation as Izumi's name popped up in the first round against a nervous-looking support course student. "Let the games begin," Midnight declared, throwing her arms out. Behind her, a new chant started among the students in the stands. "Thigh, nah, do, thigh, nah, do." Izumi just sighed. "I'm never living this down, am I?" Achiko patted her shoulder. "Absolutely not." On the bright side, Tokoimi muttered, "You've single-thigh-edly redefined hero combat." With the next challenge looming, Izumi simply stretched her legs, the muscles flexing beneath her uniform like coiled springs, and smirked. "Let's give him a show." The sun beamed down on the massive UA Sports Festival Stadium, the roaring crowd nearly drowning out Midnight's sultry voice as she dramatically announced the beginning of the one-on-one tournament. "Ladies and gentlemen, heroes in training, worshippers of glorious strength, the time has come for the UA Sports Festival's one-on-one tournament." The camera feed panned to Izumi Usagiyama, standing tall at 6 feet 4 inches, arms crossed, expression calm but focused. Her muscle definition was impeccable, her build imposing, and her thighs, well, the internet had already written epics about them. The crowd cheered even louder as Midnight shouted, "First match, Hitoshi Shinzo versus Izumi Usagiyama." Match 1. Izumi versus Shinzo. Shinzo stood across the ring, visibly sweating. He had prepared countermeasures, trained his Quirk, and visualized victory. And yet, all he could think about was the fact that he had seen that footage, the one where she crushed the Nomu skull between her thighs like a ripe grape. "I could try to mind control her," he mumbled to himself, or accept the inevitable. Midnight raised her arm. "Begin." Izumi dashed forward with the speed of a high-speed train. Shinzo reflexively opened his mouth. "Hey, I'm really not ready to die." She didn't answer. That's when he realized she wasn't dumb enough to talk during a fight. In a flash, she was behind him. Oh no. And then, thunderous impact, The crowd collectively screamed as Shinzo was flipped into the air and then planted headfirst into the dirt. The ground cracked. Dust flew. Izumi stood tall, barely winded. "Medical team to the ring," Present Mike said faintly. Midnight, grinning, held up her hand. "Winner, Izumi Usagiyama." Match 2. Izumi versus Todoroki. Todoroki stood silently in the ring, steam rising from his left side. He had seen the footage. He'd reviewed the files. He knew she was fast, strong, unpredictable, but he had the power of fire and ice. Surely that counted for something, right? Midnight's voice echoed again. "Begin." Todoroki immediately unleashed a massive ice wave. Izumi leapt into the air with impossible speed, dodging the frost. She skidded along the wall, kicked off, and launched herself at Todoroki like a cannonball. He barely raised a wall of ice before her knee shattered it. The crowd roared. Cameras flashed. "This is it," Todoroki muttered. And then came the move. The move everybody feared. She spun behind him, locked her thighs around his head, and suplexed him straight into the ring with enough force to make even All Might wince in sympathy. Boom! Dust rose in an enormous cloud. When it cleared, Todoroki was embedded face first in the ring. Izumi brushed dirt from her shoulder. Midnight, who had momentarily forgotten she was the announcer, snapped out of it. Winner, Izumi Usagiyama. And I do believe the arena needs repairs again." The crowd was screaming, posters of Izumi's silhouette already waving in the air. The hashtag Thainato was trending again. Somewhere in the crowd, reporters were preparing their next viral headline. "Izumi Usagiyama does it again." The suplex heard round the world. And this was only the beginning. The crowd roared with uncontainable excitement. The stadium trembled under the noise as the final match of the UA Sports Festival began. On one side of the arena stood Katsuki Bakugo, explosions flickering in his palms, eyes locked with the intensity of a ticking bomb. On the other stood the titan of Class 1, Izumi Usagiyama, looming at a statuesque 6 feet 4 inches, her shadow long and intimidating under the midday sun. The entire arena had been abuzz since her last match, with Todoroki still being extracted from the crater she created after that now infamous thigh suplex. The media was already preparing to name it the suplex heard round the world. Midnight, barely suppressing a smirk, raised her WHB. Final match, Izumi Usagiyama versus Katsuki Bakugo. Begin. Bakugo didn't waste a second. He shot forward, palm first, a blazing explosion rocketing him toward her. Izumi moved like a storm, precise, fast, and terrifying. She sidestepped the blast, wind tearing behind her as she weaved through his barrage with almost casual grace. "You gonna stop running and fight?" Bakugo shouted, spinning midair to land a kick laced with an explosion. Izumi caught the kick with one arm. "You call that firepower?" she teased, before flipping Bakugo onto his back. The arena shook. Bakugo growled, leaping to his feet and launching a full-blown grenade-style detonation, smoke engulfing her. For a moment, there was silence. Then, boom. The smoke was violently torn apart as Izumi emerged from it with a predator's smile. Bakugo barely had time to blink before she was on him. In a blur of muscle, speed, and legendary reputation, she leapt, wrapped her thighs around his head, and, wham! Thigh suplexed him with mythic force straight into the arena floor. The crowd collectively gasped. The impact cracked the very earth beneath them. And that's the match. Present Mike screamed, barely heard over the roar of the audience. "She's done it. I repeat, she's buried him like a turnip." A cloud of dust lingered over the impact site where Bakugo's legs twitched comically, head firmly embedded in the concrete. Recovery girl sighed from her seat in the stands, already prepping her bag. In the crowd, someone held a sign. "We are not worthy of her thighs." Medal ceremony. With the stands still buzzing, All Might appeared in his full glory on the award stage. The top three stood before him. Third place, Shoto Todoroki, still limping a little. Second place, Katsuki Bakugo, bandaged and scowling. First place, Izumi Usagiyama, towering above everyone, arms crossed, looking slightly smug. All Might's proud smile softened as he looked at each of them. "Todoroki, you showed exceptional control and power. Keep growing. Your fire is yours to wield." Todoroki nodded, his usual stoicism hiding the fact he still felt like a pancake. "Bakugo," All Might continued, trying not to wince at the still fuming teen. "You pushed through every round, and even in defeat, you stood tall. Your passion will take you far, if you learn to temper it." Bakugo grunted. Yeah. And you?" All Might turned to Izumi, looking up. Way up. "Izumi Usagiyama. You've demonstrated not only strength and speed, but restraint, precision, and tactical brilliance. You've earned this victory and probably about 20 endorsement deals." The crowd erupted as he placed the gold medal around her neck. He had to jump to do it. "I have no doubt that you'll go on to be one of our brightest stars," All Might added with a rare sincerity. "And please never suplex me." She gave a single smirk. "No promises." The moment Izumi's final suplex reduced Bakugo's pride and a chunk of the arena floor to rubble, the internet did what it does best. It exploded. Hashtag Thinado was trending in 212 countries within 20 minutes. A slowed-down clip of Izumi spinning midair like a goddess of war, thighs gleaming under the stadium lights, with Bakugo's head moments from Impact, had already hit 1 billion views by lunchtime. Someone added WWE commentary to it. Someone else gave it a Gregorian chant. There was already a fan animation where her thighs glowed gold like divine relics. One viral tweet simply read, "She didn't win with her fists. She won with justice. And justice is thick." There's fan art, fanfic, 3D renders, and even a bizarre cooking channel post showing Izumi's thigh suplex chicken wings. No one knows why. No one questioned it. Meanwhile, in the League of Villains hideout, Tamura Shigaraki stared blankly at the wall-mounted TV in the bar, watching the footage replay for the 50th time. The screen froze on the frame where Izumi's thighs were mid-slam, her expression serene, Bakugo's face a smudge of panic. Spinner broke the silence first. "Bro, are we the bad guys? Or just unlucky?" Kirojiri cleared his throat. Statistically, yes. But this is divine punishment. Shigaraki's hand twitched near his neck. Why is every single channel playing her thighs? I turned on Animal Planet, and they were showing a slow-motion anatomy breakdown. Dabi was leaning back on the couch, sipping soda with a bored smirk. I don't know, man. I kinda get it. What? I said I get it, Dabi repeated, pointing at the screen. I wouldn't mind getting crushed by that. Beats getting arrested. Don't say it like it's a blessing, Dabi. Would you rather fight her? Dabi asked, one brow raised. Shigaraki opened his mouth, then closed it, then looked back at the screen. No, I would not. Toga, who had been making heart doodles on a notepad labeled MRS. Usagiyama, let out a dreamy sigh. I don't even need her to love me back. I just want to be suplexed so hard I forget my own name. You're all losing it, Shigaraki snapped, dragging his fingers down his face in sheer despair. Kirojiri, ever the reasonable mist man, handed him tea. Perhaps we consider recruitment. A strong ally is better than an invincible enemy. Shigaraki glared. We don't need. The screen played another slow-mo replay of the Nomu, getting its skull crushed like a grape between Izumi's thighs. The sound effect editors had added a watermelon crunch and a choir singing in the background. Shigaraki blinked. Okay, new plan. We avoid her. Forever. No one fights her. Not even by accident. Not even in a hallway. Spinner nodded solemnly. Praise be to Thinado. Toga clapped excitedly. Ooh, can I make a shrine? Back at UA High. Meanwhile, Class 1A had front row seats to the unfolding chaos. Dinky was rewatching clips on his phone, muttering, this is peak humanity. Civilization will never top this. Mino was already printing limited edition Thinado pins, passing them out like candy. Ida had attempted to give a speech about sportsmanship until someone put Ave Maria over the footage and projected it on the classroom wall. I demand we take this seriously. We are being trained to be professional heroes. Izumi, seated near the back, stretched casually. Her shirt strained slightly against her back muscles. Ida turned red and looked away. Never mind. Even Aizawa was sipping coffee as he stared at the latest headline. Thighs of Justice. UA's new hero crushes competition. Literally. He sighed deeply and muttered, I'm too tired for this. Midnight's press conference. Midnight, in full dramatic regalia, was positively glowing as she addressed reporters. We here at UA High are incredibly proud of our students, especially Miss Usagiyama. She has shown poise, control, and incredible leg DSPLN. A brave reporter raised a hand. Was it true that Bakugo's helmet was stuck in the ground for 40 minutes? Yes, Midnight said without shame. We're still trying to remove the imprint. Another reporter raised a hand. Will there be more media training? Oh, absolutely, Midnight purred. And next time, we're watching the Nomu match in 4K. It had been 48 hours since Izumi Usagiyama buried the League of Villains prize Nomu like a chew toy in a meat grinder. 48 hours since she turned Bakugo's ego into floor paste. 48 hours since her thighs were declared an unavoidable force of nature by a world-renowned Quirk physicist on international TV. By now, half the planet had watched at least one of her matches from the UA Sports Festival. The Thinado effect had officially gone global. In England, BBC News aired a primetime special titled The Legs That Shook the World. In France, a statue was being sculpted entirely out of brioche, with a plaque that read, Vive la cuisses. Long live the thighs. In Brazil, carnival floats of Izumi and her infamous suplexes were already being planned for next year. And in the United States, President Mustache himself tweeted, powerful, graceful, devastating. These thighs represent the very spirit of international cooperation. God bless. The United Nations had to formally ask the UA press team to stop exporting thigh-related memes during diplomatic meetings. Back at UA High, Class 1A sat in homeroom, bleary-eyed and more than a little traumatized by the absolute tidal wave of global attention they'd been swept into. I just wanted to be a pro hero, said Tokoyami, staring blankly at his internship form. Now I'm being followed by thigh worshippers asking if I train legs. My grandmother asked if I met the thunder goddess of muscle, Ciro muttered, and then sent me 400 yen to buy a protective charm shaped like her thighs. Izumi sat nearby, calmly sipping tea. Her UA uniform had been custom reinforced after several fabric casualties during the sports festival. She stretched a little, out of habit, and 4 people in the front row dropped their pens and started praying. "You're doing that on purpose now?" Kaminari whispered, eyes narrowed. "I have no idea what you mean," Izumi said, voice smooth like silk and just as smug. Aizawa entered the room and dropped a thick packet of papers on the desk. "Hero internship selections. You'll all be reviewing the pros that send in requests based on your performance in the festival. Choose wisely." He turned to Izumi. "Though in your case, it's less about who wants you and more about who hasn't declared a national emergency due to your thighs." "International, sir," Ida corrected. "It has officially reached the UN." "I stand corrected," Aizawa deadpanned. He activated the classroom screen behind him, showing a real-time heat map of the top trending hero-related searches worldwide. It was just thighs. Glowing, pulsing worldwide thighs. The selection process. One by one, students scanned their list of offers. Kirishima proudly declared, "I'm going with 4th kind. Real man's man type." Mina said, "Yuwabami sent me a perfume bottle shaped like my face. I'm not saying no to free branding." Ida selected native, declaring, "He is a beacon of order and traffic efficiency." But all eyes drifted toward Izumi when her name popped up. Her list of offers scrolled, and scrolled, and scrolled. Over 300 requests. From top-ranked pros to mid-level specialists, from Japan to Peru, from land heroes to underwater ones, asking her to consider the hydrodynamic implications of her suplexes. Aizawa cleared his throat. "Miss Usagiyama, have you decided?" Izumi smiled. "Yeah, I'll be interning with aunt-Rumi." Half the class screamed. "The Mirko," Kaminari screeched. "As in?" "Yes," Izumi said calmly. "The rabbit hero. Number 5. That's my aunt." "Of course she is," Jaira muttered. "Does thigh demps run in the family?" Mina cried, shaking her like a maraca. Izumi just smiled sweetly. "Let's just say, you've only seen the surface-level genetics." Elsewhere, in Mirko's agency, Mirko was already bouncing on the ball of her feet as she watched another rerun of Izumi's match with the Nomu. She leaned forward, punching the air in excitement. "That's my girl. That's what I taught her. Did you see that core rotation? That was perfect execution." Her sidekick peeked in through the door. Ma'am? The press keeps calling to ask if you plan to weaponize your niece's thighs." Mirko crossed her arms, grinning like a predator. "Of course not. I'm going to refine them." She cracked her knuckles. "When I'm done with her, those thighs will make natural disasters jealous." Later that evening, dorms. Class 1A huddled in the common room, watching the latest news coverage. An international military analyst was explaining Izumi's supplex mechanics using trajectory graphs and missile comparisons. "And you'll notice here," he said, pointing with a laser, "this compression-to-impact ratio exceeds that of a tank's direct shot." "Do you guys think," Mineta said dreamily, "that there'll be a national holiday?" "Shut up," everyone chorused. As the segment ended, a promo banner flashed. "Coming soon, Supex, The Eye, Usagiyama's Story, a 10-part documentary series by Netflix." Izumi blinked. "They didn't even ask me for an interview yet." Kirishima threw his hands up. "Girl, you've become legendary. We're just lucky to be in the same year as you." Ida stood and raised his glass of juice. To Izumi Usagiyama, the symbol of power, poise, and legs that could bench press buildings. They all clinked drinks together. Izumi smiled, warm, proud, and a little bashful. But as the others laughed and joked around her, a flicker of seriousness touched her gaze. Soon, she'd be working with her aunt again, training under one of the fiercest, fastest pro heroes in the world. There was still so much to learn, so much to prove, so many people to protect. And if her thighs were part of that equation, well, so be it. The world was a mess. The skies weren't falling, but global supply chains were being reshaped by the demand for Izumi Usagiyama merchandise. Japan's entire textile industry had pivoted to a single product, custom-stitched high-compression, Thinado compression shorts, in every possible color. The market had spoken, And somewhere in the cracked remnants of an abandoned city block, a man lurked in the shadows. He was a killer, a vigilante, a self-declared ideological purifier of the hero society. He was also somehow wearing a limited edition, glow-in-the-dark Thenado World Tour hoodie. Stain, aka the hero killer, stood atop a building in Hosu City, staring down at the masses below. People laughed, cheered, chanted. An entire billboard across from him featured Izumi mid-thigh suplex, slow motion, dust particles frozen in a divine ballet of doom, and above it, Thigh Hard, with a Vengeance, now playing in theaters. Stain squinted. Why is this everywhere? He glanced down at himself. He was wearing it. He didn't remember buying it. And yet, here he was. Hoodie soft, warm, comfortable, and somehow hauntingly empowering. His hand curled into a fist. I am the edge in the dark, the dagger of justice. The hoodie's chest logo shimmered in the light. Thenado, unleash the grip. He screamed into the void. Flashback. 2 days ago, Stain, hungry and tired, had broken into a shady back-alley store for food. The clerk, an eerily chipper middle-aged man with glitter in his beard, offered him a rare, collector's edition Thenado hoodie for free. Take it, bro. It's limited run. 5-thread blend. Pre-shrunk with reinforced trauma stitching. Why are the sleeves ribbed? Do you want the free matching sticker pack or not? Stain had taken the sticker pack. He had no idea why. Back in the present, as the hoodie continued to mock him from his own body, Stain gritted his teeth and turned on his tiny, stolen flip phone. It still had enough juice to get signal and stream the news. Just in time to catch a live interview with Mirko, who was training alongside her niece for upcoming hero work. So how's it feel knowing your niece is one of the most powerful, viral heroes in training? The reporter asked. Mirko flexed. It's about time the world caught up. She's a legacy of leg day. I'm just here to fine-tune the thighs that'll crack injustice like a watermelon under pressure. The video cut to slow-motion training footage, where Izumi thundered across a mountain range, each leap causing localized seismic activity. A squirrel burst into flames. As she passed, Stain blinked. He reached into his pouch and pulled out one of the Thenado stickers. He had put on his blade. There was no going back now. Meanwhile, in the League of Villains hideout, Tamura Shigaraki paced back and forth like a caffeinated raccoon. Why is she everywhere? He screeched. Spinner nervously flipped through a fan magazine titled, Her Suplex, Our Salvation, Why the World is Obsessed. Sir, there's a survey here that ranks her thighs as the #1 natural disaster people want to experience. #2 is lava surfing. Dobby sighed, scrolling on his phone. Someone just sold a used piece of turf from the arena for 9.6 million yen. It's shaped like her thigh imprint. They're calling it Niagara Falls. Twice leaned over. I tried to buy it. Forgot I had 22 browser tabs open for different countries' Thenado fan clubs. Now I'm banned in Denmark. Mr. Compress adjusted his hat with wearied dignity. I, for one, welcome the aesthetic resurgence of dramatic suplexing. It's theatric. Shigaraki screamed louder. Later that night, Stain's inner monologue. Stain stared into a cracked mirror. The hoodie still clung to him. He tried to burn it. It refused. He tried to stab it. The blade bent. He whispered, I am justice. I am a knight. I cannot. He flexed just once. Accidentally. The hoodie sparkled. The sparkles formed Izumi's silhouette, mid-air, mid-suplex, lightning behind her. His soul left his body. Why is this hoodie giving me hope? He whispered. Stain collapsed in defeat. The sticker on his blade sparkled one last time. The end. Post-credit scene. Somewhere in a top-secret government black site, the Thenado Analytics Division reported that every major villain, vigilante, or foreign dignitary either currently owned a piece of Izumi merch or had at least Googled Thigh Suplex compilation. The analyst frowned. She's not just trending. She's transcending. The world hadn't calmed down. If anything, the Thenado effect had evolved into a full-blown cultural phenomenon. World leaders were cracking jokes about it during press conferences. The UN had added a clause about unlicensed thigh-based warfare to its list of war crimes. There were rumors of a country renaming its capital city to Izumigrad, But for Izumi Midoriya, none of that mattered right now. Because she was shadowing the most intense, no-nonsense pro hero Japan had to offer. Izumi Usagiyama, the rabbit hero, Mirko, also known to her as aunt-Rumi. Morning, patrol prep. Izumi sat on the edge of her bed in Rumi's modest pro hero apartment, tugging on her patrol uniform while trying to mentally prepare. Rumi, meanwhile, was upside down on one arm, doing pistol squats with an 80 kilograms dumbbell balanced on her thigh. "You done with your stretches, brat?" Rumi called over. Izumi responded by cracking her neck and teleporting via speed into a set of squats, so fast the wooden floor screamed. Rumi grinned. "That's what I like to see. Get ready. We've got patrol duty in the medical district this morning." "Got it. Regular patrol?" Izumi asked, pulling her hair back. Rumi smirked. "Regular? Nah. We're starting the hospital zones. Thieves love hitting those places early, full of confused patients, overworked staff, and prescription drags worth more than gold." Izumi's eyes narrowed. "Thieves targeting hospitals? Yeah, the lowest of some. Real thigh suplex onto a manhole cover energy." Izumi grinned darkly. "Then let's get cracking." Mid-morning, Tokyo General Medical District. It started innocently enough. Rumi and Izumi walked through the hospital district in full gear, checking security with the nurses and greeting some local hero interns. Izumi tried to keep it low-key, despite the crowd of fans outside the pharmacy waving "Finado" for Prez signs. That lasted exactly 5 minutes, because at 8:57 a.m., a man in a ski mask burst out of the pediatric wing, carrying 3 duffel bags of stolen prescription meds and a tray of hospital cookies. He ran straight toward Izumi. "Out of my way," he screamed. What he didn't realize was that he had just activated the ancient thigh curse. Izumi blurred, appearing behind him in a flash, and then, slam! One seamless, crisp, beautifully executed spinning thigh suplex. The man went limp midair, cookies raining down like confetti. His body boomed against the concrete. A nurse in the background fainted. Rumi gave a slow clap. "Nice form. 8 out of 10. Add a little twist, next time to pop their spine, just enough to regret every life decision." Late morning, Children's Hospital. At 11:42 a.m., a disguised villain attempted to steal anti-venom supplies from the children's toxicology wing. He leapt out a window and made it 5 meters before. Thud! Izumi appeared midair, thighs first, locking around his torso and driving him into a garden hedge. Security camera footage showed a perfect aerial twist, executed with ballet-like precision. The villain screamed, "Are these thighs legal?" Rumi laughed. "Nope, they're international class weapons now." Noon, clinic cafeteria, aka hero lunch break. Izumi and Rumi sat on the roof of the hospital, eating bento lunches and watching the chaos below as EMTs tried to dig another criminal out of the sidewalk. "So, you liking the internship so far?" Rumi asked. Izumi sipped her drink. "It's like working with a cooler, unhinged version of myself." "I am the original," Rumi said proudly, popping a boiled egg into her mouth. "True. You paved the way," Izumi grinned. "Paved it with the broken backs of people who thought they could get away with crime," Rumi added. Afternoon, underground pharmacy raid. At 2:17 p.m., Rumi got a tip about a black market pharmacy operating out of a supposedly closed urgent care center. They burst in, Izumi kicking the reinforced door off its hinges with a move now dubbed the Finado Breaker. The goons inside barely had time to scream before they were caught in an avalanche of speed, force, and thigh-based fury. One henchman tried to fight back. Big mistake. Izumi suplexed him into a vending machine so hard it gave free drinks for the next 2 hours. Rumi laughed as another guy begged for mercy. "Go on, Izumi. Hit him with a double bunny grip." Izumi nodded. 2 criminals. 1 flying leap. For thighs. 0 survivors of dignity. Evening. Hospital roof. As the sun set over the city, Rumi and Izumi sat atop the tallest hospital, watching emergency lights blink like fireflies. "Good day," Rumi said, stretching her long legs across the rooftop. Izumi cracked her knuckles. 6 arrests, 3 rescues, 2 PR photo shoots, and one guy who offered me a bribe to not get suplexed. Rumi chuckled. You take it. I took the money, then suplexed him anyway. Rumi stared, then grinned. That's my girl. Meanwhile, in a secret villain forum, a thread titled, Help, How to Survive a Thynado had over 40,000 replies. The top answer? You don't. Just embrace the suplex and hope she aims for the grass. The day had started like any other. Well, any other day that began with Izumi accidentally suplexing a purse snatcher through a vending machine at 6:30 in the morning while still holding a smoothie. So, standard Thynado internship with aunt-Rumi fare. But as the sun dipped below the skyline and the city of Hosu began to glitter with neon lights and sleepy energy, Izumi felt something in her gut. A pull, a whisper of unease. She didn't know it yet, but the chaos was coming, and it was going to be thigh-deep. Late afternoon, Hosu's southeast ward. Rumi and Izumi had just finished checking in with a local support hero squad when a boom rocked the air. A pillar of smoke rose from downtown Hosu. People screamed. Sirens wailed. Something was burning. Rumi's ears flicked. That's a Nomu attack. Izumi blinked. Didn't we just do that a few weeks ago? Yeah. Guess someone didn't learn the first time. Rumi cracked her knuckles and gave a terrifying grin. Time to teach him again. Izumi nodded, the playful glint in her eyes sharpening into something dangerous. Let's go flatten something. Hosu City, 6:04 p.m. The streets were chaos. Fires tore through buildings. Civilians fled from creatures with cobbled-together limbs, grotesque muscles, and dead, staring eyes. Nomus. And then, bursting through the smoke like a cannonball, came Thynado. Izumi landed from the sky, legs first, onto the back of a charging Nomu. The impact was cataclysmic. It screamed in confusion, stumbled, then got flipped with a corkscrew leg throw and suplexed into a DLVRY truck so hard it spelled UPS backward. A civilian caught the whole thing on camera. In real time, the video title was uploaded as Thynado Returns. Nomus get folded like omelets. 6:17 p.m., downtown Hosu. More Nomus arrived. Bad idea. Izumi moved through the battlefield like a hurricane in yoga pants. One poor mutant screamed as she appeared above him, thighs spread, delivering a downward spinning suplex that embedded him in the pavement like a lawn dart. Another Nomu thought it was clever and tried to tackle her from behind. Izumi backflipped, caught him mid-air in a flying thigh scissors, and whipped his body into an empty bus stop like a steel wrecking ball. Civilians were safe, but the sidewalks were suffering. Rumi landed nearby, punching a Nomu so hard its head spun 180 degrees before she kicked it into a dumpster. You've been busy, she noted, side-eyeing her niece. Izumi was currently using her thighs to pin a Nomu to the wall like a sentient clamp. Multitasking, Izumi said sweetly, squeezing until something popped. Another bystander live-streamed it. Hashtag clamp chokehold trended in less than 6 minutes. 6:33 p.m. Hero Dispatch Center, Hosu. Sir, a Pro Hero called to the station chief. We've lost communication with half the rescue teams. What? What? She pointed to a screen. It showed live aerial footage of Izumi flipping a Nomu over her head with one leg, then knee-dropping it through the roof of a fast food restaurant. Never mind, the chief muttered. She's covering it. 6:48 p.m., near the Hosu Express line. Izumi had just finished folding a particularly beefy Nomu into a twisted metal pretzel, using only her lower body strength when she paused. Her phone buzzed inside her thigh holster, custom-made, reinforced, and blessed by 3 different monks after the incident in Osaka. Incoming distress signal, Tena Ida. Izumi's eyes widened. Tena. She opened the map. It was pinging from the other side of Hosu. Rumi noticed the change in her expression. Something wrong. Ida's in trouble. Izumi's tone had gone full death mode. You want me to come with? Izumi cracked her knuckles. Nah, I'll handle it. And with that, she vanished in a sonic boom, leaving only the faint scent of ozone and a boot-shaped crater in the sidewalk. The camera crews barely caught the afterimage, but her fans on the HeroNet were already buzzing. User_ThighFan69 She moved. Crimson Suplex 77. That wasn't a move. That was divine retribution. Nomu Hunter XL. RIP to whatever poor BSTRD made her mad. Elsewhere, a dark alley in Hosu. Stain stood with BLD on his sword and fire in his eyes, facing off with Tenya Ida and the Pro Hero native. His mind was on ideals, on justice, on cleaning a corrupted society. And then his senses tingled. He paused. Far off, on the horizon, thunder boomed, but the sky was clear. He frowned. That wasn't thunder. No, that was something else. Something worse. And then his BLD ran cold as he remembered the symbol printed on the shirt he didn't remember buying. Finado. He slowly looked down. Yep, he was wearing it again. Oh no. Location: Hosu City, Old Warehouse District. Time: 7:03 p.m. Live stream title: OMG, it's Finado versus Stain? Viewers: 327,000 and rising. The alley was soaked in blood, quiet save for the faint hum of streetlights and the heavy breathing of Tenya Ida, collapsed to the side and paralyzed. Native lay unconscious nearby, slashed across the chest, but breathing. Stain stood in the center of the alley, sword gleaming red. His eyes were sharp, cold, burning with fanatical purpose. I will cleanse this world of false heroes, he growled. Then thunder rumbled, not from the skies, but the ground itself. He turned. A distant shape barreled toward him at high velocity, kicking up a small tornado of dust and shattered asphalt. And with a gust of wind and a sonic boom, Izumi Midoriya arrived. Her hair whipped around her, eyes glowing with focused fury, her signature thigh holsters glinting under the flickering alley lights. Stain blinked. You. Izumi took one step forward. The ground cracked under her foot. You touch my classmate. Stain raised his sword, undaunted. He is not worthy of. You stabbed my classmate. I gave him the chance to see the truth. Izumi cut him off by stepping on the ground hard enough to create a crater. You're going to regret that. Viewer count: 678,391. 7:05 p.m. Begin battle. Stain lunged first, fast, faster than most heroes could track. His blade flickered through the air like lightning, aiming for a quick, clean slash. Izumi met it with a low spinning sweep, dodging entirely while launching herself into the air. With a twist, she wrapped her thighs around Stain's head. Not again, he yelled midair. Again, she confirmed. Thigh suplex number 1. Stain hit the pavement like a rag doll in a washing machine. He grunted but rolled with it, flipping back to his feet and charging again. He managed to nick her arm. Blood. He grinned, then blinked, and blinked again. Why aren't you paralyzed? Izumi smirked. Fast metabolism. Also, I drink 10 protein shakes a day. That's not how quirks work. She grabbed a broken parking sign and smacked him across the alley. He hit the dumpster. A cat meowed in judgment. Stain staggered out, eyes wild. You mock justice. You mock fashion with that scarf. Izumi deadpanned. Viewer count: 903,223. Stain tried again. Blades. Speed. Acrobatic parkour off walls. Didn't matter. Izumi dodged everything. Every swing missed her by inches. Every cut was a second too slow. And when he tried to retreat to the rooftops, she leapt 30 feet straight up, tackled in midair, spun, and thigh suplex number 2. This one left a spiderweb crater on the alley floor. A car alarm went off. Somewhere, an old man spilled his ramen and screamed, "She's back." Stain coughed. You're not even trying to kill me. Nope, Izumi said. Just trying to humble you. She slowly walked toward him. You hurt people who were trying to protect others. She cracked her neck. You tried to paralyze my friend for believing in something. She jumped. He raised his sword in defense. She didn't care. Thigh suplex number 3. Stain screamed as his body folded into the asphalt. A civilian 30 feet away let out a whistle and zoomed in. 7:11 p.m. Final moments of the fight. Livestream viewers, 1.2 million. Izumi dragged the dazed Stain out of the crater by the collar and dropped him on the ground. He tried to stand. She sighed. Okay, one last time. She flipped backward into a handstand. Her thighs came down like the jaws of divine judgment. Thigh suplex number 4, Heaven's Justice Edition. Stain's head hit the ground so hard the pavement cracked in a perfect circle around it. A halo of dust rose into the air. He didn't move. The live stream chat exploded. Thighs of glory, BRO got exorcised. Suplex my soul. She hit him with a 1080 crucifix. Justice Leg Day. I heard that from another state. 7:13 p.m. Aftermath. Izumi stood over the unconscious Stain, breathing evenly. Police sirens echoed in the distance. Ida, now able to move slightly, groaned from the side. Izumi, you... She turned, walked over, and knelt beside him, eyes softening. You okay? He looked at her, dazed. I think I love you. That's the concussion talking. No, it's not. She gently patted his head. Rest, Thaiko high. 7:15 p.m. Pro Hero Dispatch. Endeavor landed moments later, saw Stain embedded in the ground like a lawn ornament, and raised an eyebrow. What the hell happened here? A nearby cop gestured to Izumi. She did. Endeavor blinked, slowly turned to Izumi, and nodded solemnly. Good form. 7:20 p.m. The live stream ends. Final viewer count, 2.1 million. Hashtags trending. Hashtag Thinado returns. Hashtag Stain folded. Hashtag Hero by Leg Day. Hashtag Midoriya crushes crime. 8 p.m. Aftermath of the Stain fight. The second Izumi's final blow to Stain's skull rang out. The entire city of Hosu went quiet, except for the wail of sirens, of course. What followed, however, was an entirely different kind of chaos. The internet exploded. Social media. The world had gone mad. Hashtag Thinado strikes again. At first, there were just a few murmurs. People caught off guard by the sudden appearance of Izumi and the showdown with the infamous Stain. But that was just the beginning. Within hours, every single social media platform was crawling with memes, GIFs, and videos of Izumi's fight with Stain. Twitter, at Justice Leg Day. That was a thigh suplex, not a fight. Stain can't walk straight for the next month. At Heroic Legends, breaking, Stain gets destroyed by thighs. Heroes everywhere are rethinking their careers. At Thigh Fanatic 42, I had no idea Thinado was a force of nature, but after seeing her defeat Stain with a thigh suplex, I have to wonder, does she offer seminars? At Legends in Suplexes, Izumi Midoriya has become the symbol of justice. But can we talk about how she didn't even break a sweat? She literally just folded Stain like a lawn chair. At In the Thighs of Justice, dear UA, please allow us to make Izumi Midoriya the new class mascot. Her legs deserve a statue. Instagram. It wasn't just the memes that were taking over. Izumi's Thinado was on full display. Every second of the fight, every moment of triumph was now an aesthetic masterpiece of powerful thighs. There were edited videos circulating. Stain versus Thinado, a thigh-defying battle. Izumi Midoriya's Thigh Supreme moment, crushing crime, one leg at a time. Izumi's godly thighs became the most liked thing on the internet. No one cared about the heroics. No one cared about the justice. All they cared about was the fact that Izumi Midoriya's thighs were a weapon of mass destruction. At the Thigh Baron, if I get one more DM asking for a Thinado t-shirt, I might just start selling them myself. This is getting out of hand. Hashtag Thinado Fan Club. At Justice Booty Queen. The world needs to understand one thing. Those legs are not a joke. She is a walking natural disaster, and I respect that. YouTube. It was on YouTube that things took a dramatic turn. Within minutes of the fight ending, a few clever civilians, using phones and shaky hands, had uploaded entire videos of Izumi's battle with Stain. Naturally, the title of every single video was something like, "The Thigh Suplex That Broke the Internet." Izumi Midoriya destroys Stain with the most powerful legs in the world. Watch the final moment where Stain's skull is caved in by thigh press. One particular video racked up millions of views, quickly becoming the most talked about content on the web. It showed Izumi's first suplex on Stain, her legs like concrete beams, muscles rippling as. She folded him like an origami crane. Live reactions. At One-Eyed Gamer, Guys, I don't think we're ready for this. I just watched the suplex. I don't know how to feel, but I do know my legs hurt from sheer empathy. A weirdly strong woman. She dropped him with thighs. Who needs villains when you have Izumi Midoriya's legs, am I right? At Captain Iron Leg, how can you fight after that? Does she just throw criminals away like laundry? The news. The news didn't know what to do. There were serious reports about the increase in crime-fighting efficiency due to Izumi's unconventional fighting style, but most outlets were too busy laughing and crying at the sheer absurdity of what had just happened. A news anchor, who could barely keep a straight face, broke the story. And in other news today, a hero from UA High School has set the world ablaze after a brutal confrontation with Stain in Hosu City. Izumi Midoriya, known for her quirk, Titanus Thigh Force, was seen using what can only be described as disproportionately powerful thigh suplexes to end the fight in mere minutes. Experts are calling this a legitimate game-changer in the fight against crime. A second anchor chimed in, fighting back tears of laughter. We just received a report, and, well, let's just say Stain's head is down for the count. Thankfully, Izumi's thighs have a good recovery rate. Cue an awkward silence as both anchors tried to compose themselves. The League of Villains reacts. Meanwhile, Tomohiro Shigaraki was having a bad time. He just watched the live stream of Izumi's suplex to Stain, and as per usual, he was less than impressed. Why does it always have to be legs? Shigaraki muttered, his hand rubbing his face in irritation. It's like she's some kind of thigh demon. Kurogiri, standing in the background, quietly adjusted his glasses. It does seem like her thighs have gained a rather substantial following. Tomohiro. Perhaps a new strategy is required. Tomohiro stared at him. A new strategy? I'm not starting a thigh cult. The heroes already have enough weird worshippers as it is. But deep down, he was terrified. Stain, one of his most prized heroes to overthrow, had just been taken out by thighs. Not a villainous strategy, not some dark hero, just powerful thighs. Back to the internet. Meanwhile, the fan art had reached disturbing levels of absurdity. There were people dressing up in Thainado cosplay, some with foam legs to mimic Izumi's crushing thighs. Others were creating their own artwork. Izumi Midoriya, hero of justice, surrounded by clouds of pink smoke with thighs radiating like nuclear reactors. And one YouTuber, with too much free time, put together a mashup video of all the thigh-based destruction Izumi had unleashed. The title read, Thainado Epic Leg Compilation. 10 times she crushed villains. The comments section? At Thighs of Justice. This was truly a work of art. Those thighs are a gift from the heavens. At Villains Beware. If she suplexes me like that, I might just quit being a villain. At Grim Villainous. Did she just split the concrete with her legs? I'd have a crush on her too, if she wasn't terrifying. Izumi's reaction. Izumi sat on the edge of a rooftop in Hosu, watching the live streams and the headlines on her phone. She raised an eyebrow as she saw her face on every news outlet. Well, looks like I'm trending again, she said flatly to Rumi, who was sipping a coffee beside her. Can't even beat up a villain without the internet going insane. Rumi shrugged. It's the thighs. People love it. Honestly, you should just start charging for the Thainado experience. I'll be your manager. Izumi sighed. Why does it feel like the world's gone mad? Rumi just grinned. It's because you're awesome, kid. Let's just go home before the next suplex video gets made. Thank you for joining us on this journey through what if female Deku was trained by Mirko. We hope you found it as captivating as we did. A big thank you to Random Bullshit 9 for creating such an engaging story. Don't forget to visit their profile on Wattpad for more fantastic works. The link is in the description below. If you enjoyed this video, please give it a thumbs up, share it with your friends, and subscribe to Zen and Fanfic for more intriguing explorations into fanfiction and fantasy. Your support helps us create more content like this, and we love hearing your thoughts and suggestions in the comment section. See you soon in the next video.